I just need, I don't have the complete list of all the members, just the one that's on the slide being displayed right now. So I was going to go through that list first.
Yep, this is our list of committee members.
Then I do have it. I will go through the.
Okay.
All right. Well,
sounds great. Yep.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for participating on this committee. It's we're deciding making very important decisions today to decide who will get the financial support that OPK has organized. Okay, so I'm going to start first with, so I'm going to say your name, and then you can just let me know that you're here, and I will wait for a response. Again, addressing technology issues if there are any. So Tammy Hunt, are you?
Good morning, this is Tammy. Nice to be here, thank you.
Great. And Chelsea McLaughlin. No, I haven't heard a response yet.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chelsea. And Yolanda Morales, are you present?
My mic. Good morning. How are you? I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Yolanda. Happy to have you today. Tasha Patterson, did I get your name right?
Yes, Tisha.
Tisha. Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for being here. And myself and Kelly Poe.
Good morning, Kelly Poe here.
Great, thank you, Kelly. And Sarah Stearns, are you present today?
I see Sarah, so maybe she's just figuring out her, but let's see if we can get her unmuted and we'll see if she can confirm.
Yeah. We can see you, Sarah, we just can't.
This is Sarah. Sorry, I'm on two different, computer, so I'm unmuted one, but the wrong one. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And myself, Dominic Paz, I am present as well, just to have the recording, have it recorded. Great, so it sounds like we have everybody on roll. So next I would like to move forward to the agenda. We'll just do a brief overview of the agenda, what we have planned for today. So we're welcoming and we're going over the agenda right now. We are shooting for, now the times themselves are place markers. We're trying to stay within those timelines. We want to be as efficient as possible today, just because we have a lot of work to get through, but they are not, we don't have to stay specifically to each time if there is a conversation that's happening that needs to go a little bit longer. But this is what we have planned for today. 9:30, we will get into the request for application overview. Shortly after that, at 10 o'clock, we'll go through the application process review, talking about the timelines, the scoring process, review committee roles. We'll talk about final awards and the appeals process. We've also scheduled a break in there for 10:30. Hoping to return back at 10:45, and let's do our best to stay on task as far as returning, because we all know how challenging that can be and is during these meetings, especially in this new environment. I will do my best to help us keep on track as well as far as time. When we get back at 10:45, we'll do an ELD staff briefing with the application summaries is what we'll discuss. 11:30, we'll do a review committee discussion. Right after that, we'll break for lunch for about 30 minutes. When we get back at 1, again, paying close attention to our time, we're going to talk about prioritization of applicant requests. At 2 o'clock, we'll go through review committee recommendations, and we're shooting for 3 o'clock to talk about our next steps and to wrap up the meeting for today. So next I'd like to get into the And if there's any questions at all during any time, please feel free to put something in the chat or speak up with your questions. Next, I'd like to get into the conflict of interest statement. If you do have any, please please address that during the day. So here's a conflict of interest disclosure. Potential conflict of interest. A public official, including participants in this review process, is met with a potential conflict of interest when the public official participates in actions that could affect the financial interests of the official, the official's relatives, or a business with which the official or a relative of the official is associated. Individuals with a potential conflict of interest may participate in the review process after declaring the potential conflict. The disclosure must be stated publicly at the meeting and recorded in the committee's minutes. Independent reviewers must attest by written declaration that no potential or actual conflict exists regarding the application for which they are reviewing. Now, an actual conflict of interest. An actual conflict of interest exists when a public official participates in actions that would affect the financial interests of the official, the official's relative, or a business with which the official or a relative of the official is associated. Those with an actual conflict of interest regarding matters before this review process may not participate. Okay, so if there are also any questions about whether you do have a conflict of interest or not, or a potential one, please feel free to ask those questions as well.
I do have a question. It's Tisha. I had emailed back Michael yesterday, but I knew we would probably be addressing this in the meeting. I have one conflict of interest on the sheet. It's a potential conflict of interest. I wasn't clear on how to report that on that form.
Hi, Tisha. This is Gwen Baxel, and thank you for disclosing that. And what we can do is during our first break is have someone from the Early Learning Division make sure that you're supported in making sure that we have the actual document submitted. I know it's a kind of a little awkward. It's an electronic document right now, so we can support you on doing that. And if you could please, we're going to go through each name on the committee review membership, and what we can do is when we get to your name is if you can state which organization you have a potential conflict of interest with, and we'll make sure that that gets documented in our minutes today, and then also we'll follow up with the paper document. Is that sufficient for you?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So Dominic, should we go down through the list of committee members and have them inform us as to whether that, you ready for me to do that? Okay, so we'll first start with,
yes,
and for the committee members, if you can just say yes or no, you have a conflict of interest. If you do have a conflict of interest, please state which applicant there's a potential or an actual conflict of interest. We'll make sure that we get, like I said, that recorded in the minutes, and also make sure that we have the documentation on file with the form. When throughout the course of the day, what we'll do is we'll make note of that, and during any discussions around that entity or agency, if you could please refrain from that conversation. And then at the end of the day, though, when it's the full recommendation that'll be submitted, there's the opportunity then to vote on the full package and not participate in sort of the individual discussion of that agency. I also want to acknowledge that because we've invited many people who have a lot of experience and expertise in early learning, especially Head Start. Many of you have been affiliated with Head Start that have applied, and I just really wanted to enforce that the conflicts of interest that need to be disclosed are the ones that, as stated here, but potential bias or past affiliation, if there is not a financial benefit, then you're willing, if you want to, you can share that with us. But we really just need as defined here, the potential conflict of interest or actual conflict of interest. I hope I didn't confuse that mess. All right, so let's start with Tammy Hunt, conflict of interest disclosure.
Hi, at this time, I do not feel I have any conflict of interests.
Thank you, Tammy. Chelsea McLaughlin.
At this time, I do have a conflict of interest with the United Community Action Network.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yolanda Morales.
At this point, I feel that I don't have any conflict of interest.
I was not clear on that. I'm wondering.
You know, there is my sound. I feel an echo. I will get disconnected and connected again.
Sometimes what can help, Yolanda, is instead of using the computer for sound, calling in on a phone. Sometimes that helps with that echo.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, we'll come back to Yolanda. Taisha Patterson.
Yes, I have one potential conflict with the, sorry, it's a long name, Southern Oregon Child and Family Council Incorporated.
Thank you. Okay. And Dominique Paz?
Yeah, I have two potential conflicts of interest. One is Neighborhood House, and the other one is Neighbor Impact. So the neighbors organizations.
Okay. And did you say potential, Dominic?
Yes.
Or actual? Potential?
Potential with Neighborhood House, actual with Neighbor Impact.
Thank you. Kelly Poe?
No conflict of interest.
And Sarah Stern?
No conflict of interest.
Thank you, Sarah. And I was wondering if Yolanda has been able to join us again before we move on. I don't know if she's there. Let's see. Looks like she's still connected, but I'm not able to see. Oh, maybe this is her coming in now.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, hi Yolanda, that's much better. So Yolanda, do you have a potential or an actual conflict of interest with any of the applicants?
You had cut out there, so the last was unclear.
Yolanda, we appreciate your perseverance with technology.
Okay. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Much better.
I do not have any conflict of interest.
Thank you, Yolanda. That was a lot of work for that. I appreciate your efforts there. All right. All right, Dominic, we have recorded and documented all of the potential conflicts or actual conflicts of interest. The early learning division staff will be ensuring that all of those individuals who indicated potential or actual, that we have those documentation on file with this meeting. All right, so next, I need to pull up my agenda now. I think that we are, I just want to double check with my colleague. As of just a few minutes prior to the meeting starting, we did not receive any public comment or testimony. And so I just want to verify that that is still accurate. Wondering, Angela, if you would be able to just post something in the chat box as to whether we received anything sort of in the last few minutes, or if there has been none.
I did just check and there's no public comment.
Okay, so no public comment or testimony was submitted for this meeting. So I think we are ready to move on, Dominic. I did want to, if it's all right, take a moment and introduce myself and some of the other team members from the Early Learning Division that will be supporting this meeting today and or presenting. Would that be all right, Dominic? Yeah, okay. All right. So good morning and thank you all review committee members. I know this is a huge commitment of your time, and the Early Learning Division values your participation is very much. So I am Gwen Bachtel. I am the Early Learning Programs Director here at the Early Learning Division, and I'll be here supporting Dominic and sort of in a co-chair role, but really trying to just be, Dominic, your support today. And then we also have, you'll be hearing a lot from Lindsay Pearson and Michael Connor. Lindsay Pearson and Michael Connor are both Oregon PreKindergarten early learning specialists at the division, and they have been working hard to make sure that all of the presentations and materials are here for you today. And then we also have Teresa Waite, who is a member of our grants and ops team, and Teresa has also supported all the development of the materials, and she'll be supporting the presentations today and answering questions as needed. We also have Angela Stinson, who is our community and parent engagement coordinator. Angela will be supporting sort of some of the technical stuff in the background and making sure that we're getting everything recorded and following the public meeting requirements as needed. And then we also have Kelly Taylor, who is probably not going to be on screen, but Kelly is our program unit administrative support, and she will be supporting the technology as well and also taking minutes. So there are a few of us here supporting this process. And did I miss anyone, or I think I captured everyone who's here from the Early Learning Division? And then the only other thing that I would just from sort of a, like I said, a virtual meeting, like protocols and norms, committee members, if you have any questions or need anything during the meeting, please use the chat box. You can send a message to an individual, either Early Learning Division member, or what we'd recommend is that you send it to the organizer or the presenter. Both Kelly and Angela will be providing technical support and responding as necessary to chats to that. So we want to make sure that all of your technology is working all right, that any materials that you need are available. Like I said, this is in this virtual world. The packets are all virtual. They're not the paper in front of you. So just let us know if at any time if we need to slow down so that we can find documents online, or if you need us to share something through our screen. I do want to let everyone also know that materials for this meeting are available on the Early Learning Division website. They can be found under the Early Learning Council meetings. And if you go to the meeting calendar, this meeting is a purple dot on that calendar for May 18th. And if you click on that, you're able to access the materials for today. So that might be the most succinct place where those who are listening in from the public and also for the review committee members to access documents today. So I think, Dominic, I covered all of sort of the meeting protocols and the introductions. Was there anything else during the welcome and agenda review that you wanted to cover? Dominic, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Not yet. Let's see. We can see you, Dominic, but we're not able to hear you. So I'm not sure. Let me see if you're muted or.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are, Dominic. Okay.
Let's in
Dominic, I think the connection, are others having a difficult time hearing Dominic? Yes, okay. Dominic, I think the connection is, I'm not sure if you're using your computer or if you're using a phone. Sometimes it works better to dial in on a phone, but it seems like maybe due to slow connectivity that we're having difficulty hearing you. Our chair is trying to say something, but we're unable to hear him. So we'll work out this technical challenge before we move on. Okay with us moving on. Dominic, if you can hear us while we're working out your technology, can you let us, maybe you can type something in the chat box that indicates that you either want us to wait or that it's okay to move on to the next agenda item. Okay, he's going to call in. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're all learning how to operate in these unusual times. So while we're waiting for Dominic to dial back in, Michael, Lindsay, if you wanted to get your slide deck probably prepped, I'll head off of my sharing and we'll start getting ready for that. Sorry for the pause. Looks like Dominic is trying to dial back in. We'll get him soon.
Would you like us to wait till Dominic gets back, or should we jump in?
I think so, because I haven't, okay, switching to phone call now. He said, yeah, I just want to make sure that as the chair that he's
Sure.
making sure that we haven't missed anything that he needed us to cover prior to us moving into the next agenda. So we'll see if give him just another second or two. Okay. I will check in with him. Send him a text or send him a chat box asking if it was okay to proceed. That's also another way to record his. think for time, it looks like he's still working on getting connected. So yes, I think Michael and Lindsay, and what we can do is check back with Dominic if there's any items that need to be covered that were missed during the welcome and agenda overview. We'll make sure that Dominic has an opportunity to speak to that when he's able to get connected. So, all right, Michael and Lindsay, if you could please step in with the overview of the application process. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah. Michael has control of the slides, but I'm going to try to do most of the talking over here. So as most of you or all of you know, we've looked at these slides briefly before, but we're talking about Oregon PreKindergarten, which was created in 1987 to provide comprehensive preschool services modeled after the federal Head Start program. And expand high-quality early learning opportunities for the lowest income and highest need preschool children from prenatal to 5. And our prenatal part is new. Thank you, House Bill 2025. So understanding key terms through this process, RFA is request for applications. It's what we put out to alert everyone that we have funding opportunities available. The Early Learning Division is requesting applications or has requested these applications from our Head Start grantees and current OPK grantees participating in OPK. The program activity, what a program is expected to accomplish as part of the grant agreement should be the application, should their application be selected. So it's what folks agree to do in their application. And a slot is the amount of funding allocated to program activities that's related to one child. So we know that one child comes with a whole family, and that slot is related to the family as well. The description of the grant opportunity. So we have we plan to award $122 million in grants for the services for this upcoming program year. In addition to the current grantees being served, we have opened the application process to some new grantees, so folks that are participating in Region 10, Region 11, and Region 12 federal grants, as well as providing early Head Start only. We do have one application from a person who provides only early Head Start with a federal grant, and then also to our tribal partners. And this grant was specifically used to increase salaries for our assistant teachers as well as the lead teachers in Head Start OPK, to get to 30% of preschool slots total in extended day services, and a small part day expansion for new OPK applicants, and then to add new services to the current 64 slots. We're adding 1,200 prenatal to 3 slots, also modeled after the early Head Start from our federal government. The purpose of the RFA we requested applications from interested and eligible providers, again, like I had said, to participate and deliver Oregon PreKindergarten for this upcoming year. In addition to the Student Success Act, House Bill 2025 extends the range of Oregon PreKindergarten services to include pregnant moms up to age 3. Uh-oh, I lost my slide.
My fault. Sorry, I'll get there.
That's all right. So again, House Bill 2025 is allowing us to move to a full birth to 5 or prenatal to 5 program, which is very, very exciting because we know that the entire state of Oregon is a desert, childcare desert, but even more so for infants and toddlers. So it's very excited, very exciting times. And then we are raising the wage for our preschool teams, specifically lead and assistant teachers. And again, our eligible applicants are folks who are already providing Oregon pre-kindergarten. So those folks can be only funded by state Oregon pre-kindergarten slots or our duly funded grantees, which are our Region 10 grantees who are also serving OPK. And then our American Indian Alaska Native Head Start grantees, as well as the migrant seasonal Head Start grantees. The application composition, as we wanted to provide one application for all of the things, which means we have a fairly complicated application, and we're going to do a wonderful job at walking you guys through it. So just to briefly look at the sections, we have the general information and applicant information sections. Section 3 is the bulk of the beginning, program design, the current approach and proposed approach, and the service delivery models. Section 4 is the organizational capacity and infrastructure, as well as staffing. And Section 5 is budget. And Section 6 is where folks talk about the enhancement plans. So enhancements that were given specifically to raise teacher and assistant teacher salaries, as well as to provide transportation, and then to support the average mean salary and other retention efforts as a third priority. And then Section 7 is our new and expanded duration plans. And then Section 8 is the new Oregon pre-kindergarten prenatal to 3 plan. And then the remaining are appendices that are worksheets provided to support the previous sections. Hey, that says ELD Briefing. That seems fun. So applicants must submit specific kind of attachments, well, not kind of attachments, specifically attachments to their application in order for us to make good decisions about how to award. And those are current service area agreements. So Oregon pre-kindergarten and the federal government work to not overlap or supplant any services. So each organization, if serving in a similar area, must have current service area agreements with other programs, as well as many other services that help to provide high quality services such as WIC or DHS or early childhood special education, as well as many others. So those service area coordination agreements, as well as memorandums of understanding, kind of that third one there. And then in the center, Michael, I lost my slide again. Thank you. The geographic boundaries, including maps and descriptions of your service area. So with new grantees coming into our process, we have mapping in order to specifically lay out where folks are able to serve and make sure that we prevent the overlap or supplanting of services.
Sorry, apologies. Every time I switch between looking at your faces and then moving the slide, it apparently selects a random screen from my computer. So sorry about that.
The NOAAs, the Notice of Awards, is the last required supplement, which is for Region 10, Region 11, and Region 12 grantees. They have Notice of Awards of where they're able to serve from the federal government. So we began this process all of 14 days ago with our independent review, and the ELD invited internal staff, Michael, Teresa, and myself, as well as John Reeves, and then we also invited independent external reviewer, Dominic Paz, was another reviewer for us. And everybody completed a subset. Michael and I reviewed every single application. Teresa and John reviewed most of the applications, and Dominic reviewed a handful of applications. And we scored them based on the responses and the scoring rubric that was in the RFA that went out with our applications to our grantees. The independent reviewers reviewed the applications remotely using our SurveyMonkey Apply platform for an entire week. That was very exciting. It was really wonderful to read your hopes and dreams and to see what you guys, the effort that you put into those. So thank you for anybody who is here in public comment or public meeting watching. Each application was reviewed by 3 reviewers, like I said. Independent reviewers completed the online review form for each application assigned to for our review. And then all of those completed forms have been shared previously with the review committee and are available for public review. And we will be going through those summaries as we go through our briefing. So the step 1 is our independent review. Step 2 is this step, our committee review. So all of the folks on the committee get the opportunity to look through the summaries and all of the applications, as well as the previously provided materials and supplemental documents. And then we will make recommendations to the director, Miriam Calderon, and she will make funding decisions at the end of all of this. Oh, I'll go through the dates, sorry. The June 5th is the award date. Sorry, Michael. June 19th is protest or appeal period ends. And July 1st is the agreement execution. September 20th, 2020, not 20th, 2020, the program services are to commence. So we're coming up on this time, the ELD staff briefing the review committee. So we have tabulated and analyzed all of the application scores and examined the funding requests for the ELD programs in each service area. And we were going to provide a briefing on the program goals, geographic distribution expectations, analysis and proposals, and prior to commencing with the deliberations and applicant readiness on differing program models. We have developed summaries for each of the programs who have applied to assist you, the review committee, in developing the prioritized recommendations for our early learning systems director. So for each service area, we have the review committee may look at the application, the scoring forms, the independent review score summaries, the review committee reports. There's one of those for each grantee or each application. The review committee matrix, where we will go through and look at a regional distribution and who has applied for a regional regionally, and then we will go through our staff briefing. And I won't have to be interrupted by my cat, just as a disclaimer. The review committee for, oh, sorry, Michael, that's moved again. For age groups and program models, the review committee will prioritize proposals based in part on operational readiness. For each service area, the independent review committee will recommend funding for applicants, specifying age groups and program models. So what this means and what it will look like is we will go through what is available and what has been applied for, and we will speak to that regionally. For some areas, there will be only one applicant for the region. For other areas, such as Multnomah County, it gets a little bit more complicated where there are multiple grantees serving in one area. So those are going to be pretty rich conversations. Well, now this says break then ELD briefing. Is that true, folks? Have we moved that quickly through our agenda? Michael and I thought we would be a little quicker through this part, so that's good. Tisha, I talk quickly when I'm nervous, so just an insult to Lindsay.
Yeah. So it looks like on our agenda, we are a little bit ahead. And so I guess at this point right now, we could decide, you know, we're about 45 minutes ahead of time, which is great. Great work, Lindsay. I appreciate you relaying all that information in such an efficient way. But right now, since we're 45 minutes ahead, we can elect to take our break now for about 15 minutes, or we can keep moving forward to the ELD staff briefing. I also want to check with Mike as well.
The briefers would love to take the break.
Perfect.
If it's all possible.
It is definitely possible. Since the briefers need a break to get this next information out, why don't we, if everybody agrees, why don't we take our 15-minute break now? Does everybody agree with that? And we'll be back at 10 o'clock.
Dominic, could we see if anybody has any questions on what I went over really fast, just if there's any clarification around the process?
Yeah, that's a great idea, Lindsay. Does anybody have any questions for Lindsay after that information was presented?
Kelly has a question. Is there a reason why we're the independent review committee? And I think that might have been a typo on that slide. You are the review committee. Yeah, looks like that was a slide that had been recycled from when we were training independent review committee members and around the process. So thank you for that catch. You are the review committee. Kelly.
Okay, I'm just taking just another moment just to see if anybody else is going to respond, and it doesn't look like it. I think at this point we'll go ahead and take our break. If anybody does have a question and didn't have a chance to ask it right now, or something comes up on the break, please feel free to come back with your question. But as for right now, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So I have 9:46 on my clock. So it just turned to 9:47. So I'm going to push that extra minute. So why don't we meet back here at 10:02? Go ahead and 10:02. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Thanks, Dominic.
Okay. All right, I'm just checking in now. We have 10:03. I see a lot of faces already. I'm really proud of everybody because I know it's harder to come back on that first break. But at 10:04, it seems that we have just about everybody back.
And just wanted to remind everyone, we have started the recording again, so that has been begun. Dominic, would you like me to do a roll call? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, why don't we do that? Thank you, Gwen, for offering.
Yeah, I can do that. Sure. Right, Tammy Hunt.
Hello again, I'm here.
Hi, Tammy. Chelsea McLaughlin.
I'm here.
Thanks, Chelsea. Yolanda Morales.
I'm here.
Hi. Thank you. Tisha Patterson. check back after I go through the rest. I'm not sure if maybe it was a sound thing. I'm checking in the chat box. Dominic, looks like you're here. Kelly?
I'm here.
And Sarah Stearns? Yep. So we'll check back. Hi, Sarah. Is Tisha here? Been able to join us? It's hard because she's still logged on, but it looks like maybe she's needing a few moments to get back. Oh, she's here. She chatted. Excellent. Thank you, Tisha. So, Dominic, everyone is here, and I'll just, before we get started, just a friendly reminder to those, if you're not speaking, to please mute your apparatus, whether it's your phone or your computer. That'll really help as we move through the work today. And then, Dominic, I did want to inform that the division staff during break informed me that there was one public testimony that had been sent actually to another RFA public testimony inbox that relates to Oregon PreKindergarten. So we'd like to accept that as public testimony for this committee. And so I just wanted to ask you as the chair if you would like one of our staff members to read that now for the committee members, or if you would like to wait to later on in the agenda.
I think I would like to read it now. We do have a little bit of time, and for now, so
yeah,
to give us as much information.
Great. So I think Angela has that prepared. Ready to be read, Angela? Okay, thank you.
I do have it ready. I do want to let you know up front, it is it's actually 8 letters. They're all brief. So would you still like to read all 8 now? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first is, to whom it may concern, my name is Amina Omar. My child's name is Manu Mahid. He's 3 years old, going on 4. He was very shy, not outgoing, but once he attended preschool, he changed quite a lot, and I've noticed him playing, talking, and making friends. He developed so much for the time he was going to school for his social skills and intellectual skills, recognizing letters, numbers, and identifying objects. He learned a lot while he was going to preschool. I really appreciate having preschool for all of my children. It really makes a difference in a child's life. Thank you for your support. They benefit so much from preschool. He is a very lucky guy to attend preschool. Thank you. The second letter says, the Neighborhood House Head Start programming has helped me develop many skills, including training for teacher assistant and helping my kids develop more skills to grow both mentally and physically. I personally learned a lot from the program from my day-to-day living. For example, I have managed not only how to organize and teach my class, but also use those skills in my own household with my children. Also, I have used the skills that I learned from the program in my community, family, and friends, giving them awareness of how to help their children at home. I'm very thankful for Neighborhood House Head Start for giving me the opportunity to work in their program and would love for them to continue the work they do. The next letter is, to whom it may concern, I have 3 children, one still currently in the program, who are privileged to be in the Neighborhood Head Start. Neighborhood Head Start has been very supportive to our children, but also to our family as a whole. My children struggle with English language as their second, and through this program, all my 3 kids are able to know, speak, and understand. In addition to that, this program has helped my 2 older children transition to kindergarten easily, like following routines such as getting in line, sharing and taking turns with peers, and avoiding conflict. On the other hand, this program has helped us as a whole family. I cannot count all the numerous assistance that they have helped us with. Everything. To name a few, they have helped us to find resources like utility and rental assistance, low-income housing, food pantry, health insurance, and encouraged me to continue my education as a mother of 5. I've completed my nursing and am awaiting to take the NCLEX. Thank you so much to Neighborhood Head Start. The next letter reads, to whom it may concern, as an immigrant and a mother of 5, Neighborhood House helped me and my family a lot. I started working for the Neighborhood House Head Start program in 2005. 4 of my children went to Neighborhood House Head Start. My 19-year-old son who went to the Head Start program had a speech delay. The teacher referred him to a speech therapist, and in a short period of time, he was speaking clearly. Since then, he's been a student. Right now, he goes to the University of Portland and will be applying for University of Southern California next year. The rest of my children are very successful in school because of the Head Start program. The Head Start program helps a lot of immigrant families that are from all over the world. It gives these immigrants job opportunities, just like my family, and it also leads their children to become young, successful adults. It gives these families many opportunities they would not otherwise have in their countries. I would really appreciate if you would consider before cutting funds because of how much this program means to the people of our community. 2 more letters. First one, to whom it may concern. I am a Portland State University student in the School of Social Work program. When I first attended, my daughter did not qualify for Head Start. I had to pay tuition there, which was almost $1,000 per month. I had some grants and scholarships that helped me, but I still ended up paying thousands of dollars in student loans. When my daughter turned 3, she was eligible for the program, and I was able to have my tuition reduced with the help of Neighborhood House Head Start. My social work program was only 2 years, but my grandmother who raised me passed away, and I ended up graduating 1 year late and did not qualify for student loans this year because I was retaking incompletes. Therefore, my daughter Eva ended up attending the program for 3 years, but with the help of Head Start, they helped me pay for 2 years. I would not have been able to afford the preschool program otherwise. My Head Start family advocate was also extremely supportive when my grandmother passed away and during this pandemic. Neighborhood House Head Start has helped with healthcare screenings, referrals for an eye specialist, reminders about preventative health care appointments, food pantries, financial help for COVID-19, subsidizing housing resources, educational learning tools, free bicycles, shoes, and clothes. I could not have done it without their help, and I am graduating next month. And then, there are 2 final letters. To whom it may concern, on behalf of Neighborhood House OPK, I've had the privilege of having my 2 girls enrolled in Head Start for 2 years. During this time, I have learned of the generosity and the abilities of this group. The teachers and assistants are all knowledgeable and caring. The staff are all always friendly and helpful. No matter the question, I was never treated unimportant. I was always given honest and direct answers. When my second started Head Start and needed speech assistance, it was a no problem attitude. I was always given options, advice, and assistance from the staff and never felt unwelcomed. The teachers are open and honest about learning. Being able to sit down with the teachers one-on-one and build our own plan has been so special. When we have been able to work on emotional control and development, speech, and other academic needs, the teachers are respectful and patient. I love that the teachers treat the kids like people rather than small children. My youngest has gained so much confidence in her own abilities and words. Being able to separate the 2 in different classes has given the girls an opportunity to gain their own experiences and individuality. I will always recommend Neighborhood House for families. And then the final letter says, to whom it may concern, my name is Xiaomei Li and my husband's name is Yu Tian. My 3-year-old son Zhang is a beneficiary of Neighborhood House Head Start program, ASPSU. We are very grateful for this program, which gives my family and my son great supports and a learning opportunity like other kids. Not to mention the reduced tuition covered by the program, we often receive free books, free clothes, and other social resources provided from the program. Even now, the hardest time of COVID-19 for everyone, we also receive the special cares and help like food boxes, free lunches for my kids, home-based learning resources, art and craft packages, support phone calls, etc. There might be some mistakes in my letter because we are not a native speaker, but we are trying our best to express our gratitude. What we really want to say is that we are very touched by such attentive services from Neighborhood House Head Start program, and our family advocate is the most loving, helpful, and responsible person we have never seen before. She tries her best and looks for all good resources to help people like us. We appreciate her professionalism and dedication to kids as well as their families. We feel lucky to participate in this program, which is really important and helpful to people who are in need. It is very crucial for people to know the kindness from all walks of life towards kids, because kids are the future of our world. We should be responsible for the future of the world. Thanks so much to all people who are involving in this program. Thanks to all of the donors as well as government supports of this program. Okay, final letter. To whom it may concern, I'm grateful for the Neighborhood House Head Start program because it helped me and my son. I received on-the-job training that gave me the ability to provide for my family and help other children in need. The staff at Neighborhood House have the specific training and tools to help children with special needs, trauma, and family issues. My son didn't speak when he entered the program at the age of 4. He was in the school for 2 years, and when he completed the program, he was able to verbally communicate and learn social skills. Prior to this, I was concerned that he would never be able to speak or have the social skills necessary to enter the next levels of school. In 2014, I had the opportunity to be part of the Parent Apprentice program. I saw teachers in the program were dedicated, professional, and passionate to help the kids. As a parent apprentice, I had the opportunity to work with kids with special needs and autism. I saw how much improvement was made to the children, and it motivated me to work in this field and help with these children, with these kids. Over the years, I have continued to work for a neighborhood house and have become the lead teacher. I'm proud of my job and the value we provide to children in need. I feel there is much more that I can learn with support of Neighborhood House, and I look forward to my future and growing my career. And that's it.
Thank you, Angela, for reading those letters to us. I really appreciate it. They were really pretty powerful. So next,
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Were they all for the same neighborhood organization, or was it? I know there's two. I didn't take notes initially. Okay, all for the same neighborhood house. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to confirm, Angela, you said that it was all those letters were from Neighborhood House.
Yes, they were.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, Angela. Great, so let's keep moving down our agenda. Again, I appreciate everybody's ability to keep time. We have been very efficient up to this point, and next we're going to go into, I'm going to hand it over to the ELD staff for the briefing.
Great, thank you. Well, I can't think of a better way to start this off than hearing from the parents of the folks that our grantees serve. We're very proud of our program. We're very proud of the fact that we had 30 applications requesting over 9,000 slots in a time when our families and kids are needing all the stuff they do need, and the services that our programs provide are so crucial. So that really is a great way to start it off. I'm so honored to talk about how we're going to think about these applications next. So again, I'm Michael Connor. I work with the Early Learning Division, and I help manage the Oregon Pre-K program, the PreKindergarten program. I'm going to keep sharing my screen, although last time you saw it was sort of exciting how that worked out. But right, so the purpose of this section is to get the review committee to a place where they can start looking at applications and think about how to prioritize the requests within those applications. As you know from Lindsay's presentation, the applications are complicated and complex. And then your job as the review committee is also complicated and complex, in part because there's some things you're asked to do and some things you're not asked to do. So we're going to try to help make that part clear. And we worked really hard to get you in a good place for a one-day meeting to be able to look at 30 applications and finalize some recommendations for those applications. So, so the first thing we're going to look at is what's called Appendix A of the review process. It's different from Appendix A of the RFA, but these are the scores. We were asked to provide a briefing for you of the scores that came out of the application process. And so we're just going to look at those together right now and look what that looks like. And so these were provided earlier to the review committee, but here are the scores, and there's a lot going on this table, so I'll just kind of walk through it. On the left, you can see the organization name. So there's our 30 applications, applicants stacked on the left there. You can see the scores for the reviewers, 1 through 5, and the total score for each applicant. And I'd sort of encourage you to look at the score percentage. As you know, our applicants are sometimes applying for different things. Some applicants are actually not applying for anything new. They just want to keep going, and they want to get funded to pay teachers and assistant teachers better. So they're not eligible for scoring that would happen with an applicant that's asking for extended duration, so they don't get scores for that. So the actual kind of brute number that they have is less important than the percentage. The percentage score is how much of the points that they were eligible for did they get. So that score percentage column is really the way that we've arranged these applications on this table is actually by score percentage. The base score plus enhancements is the part of the application that asks applicants to tell us about your plan in general for providing OPK services, and also your plan to increase the salaries of lead and assistant teachers to meet the requirements established by the Early Learning Council. The blue scores are folks' extended duration scores. So if you're applying for extended duration, then you get scored in that section. And then again, I'd encourage you to look at the percentage because the raw numbers are not as interesting in some ways as the percentage. So, and then the pink is for prenatal to 3 scores. Again, there's a raw score and there's a percentage score. So let's walk through then the first score on the list here, which is Portland Public Schools. They had 3 reviews. They had a score percentage of 94%. So that's for all the categories that they applied for, base plus extended duration in this case. There's their base score, and then there's extended duration score. And you can see they're not applying for prenatal to 3. So we have provided this list to the review committee that looks at all of the applications, provides you with all 3 scores that the applicant has, gives you the score percentage overall, and gives you the percentage of the enhancement slots that they're requesting. You can see, as I mentioned, TPS, they're asking for extended duration, they're not asking for babies. If you slide down, you can see South Coast is not asking for extended duration, and they are asking for infants and toddlers. If you slide down even farther, you can see our friends at Head Start of Yamhill County not asking for extended duration, not asking for infant toddlers. They're just asking for the enhancement monies to boost salaries for lead teachers, assistant teachers. They can also ask for money in that pot for expanding transportation, or they may have other salary moves, retention moves to help improve retention of staff. So review committee, you can find the table yourself in the Dropbox in the review committee preparation materials folder. But I wanted to start by providing what we've been asked to do, which is a summary of all the scores. And as you can see, yes, I can scroll down. Thank you, Lindsay. I think I can. I have to get rid of my magic marker here. Thank you for that. Yeah. So I can scroll down so you can see the next part. And again, review committee folks, this table is available to you in your review committee preparation materials. And you may want to have this handy, although I don't know. So bear with me, because I think we're going to give you some even cooler stuff. But this Appendix A that we've provided you fulfills the request that we summarize all the scores for you. And I'll just pause to see if there's any questions from the review committee before I move on. Okay. So now you've seen how the reviewers assessed application strength. I want to talk with you next about the work that we were asked to do in the ELD, which is to prepare this briefing. And the briefing, there were a couple of different ways to think about the briefing, or a couple of different terms. We were asked to develop proposals for you. We were asked to make recommendations. We're trying to make sure that you are the ones making the recommendations. So even though some of the documents that we got said make a recommendation, we're sort of leaning more on the briefing and proposal side, because we want to show you the thinking that we did and then invite you to unpack that thinking, and if it looks good, then you might approve it as written. If you've got some differences, then you'll say that. So we're trying to be as transparent as we can. But when we looked at prioritization, the first thing I want to mention is that the priorities that we are proposing or suggesting are not about salary plans. And here's why. Those salary plans were scored in the application. But we're not, and if programs are, and some of those plans were fantastic, like, wow, look at that, you're using the money and you're meeting the minimums and like that, right? Some of them weren't there, they weren't able to do that, or they had different priorities or whatever. We see all that as a technical assistance question for us, is how do we help you enact your salary plan? If you need to revise it, how can we help you to do that? But the main point here is that the strength of the salary plan is not going to factor in our conversation about whether an area should be getting services, right? If an area is going to be getting services for extended duration or prenatal to 3, we don't want that question of what kind of services we're going to have in that area to be connected to whether the grantee had a super awesome salary plan or an okay salary plan. It's not about that. We're not going to not fund services because a salary plan needs help. So we're not asking you to use the salary plan as a way to prioritize services. The salary plan is going to be for us to help grantees to learn what their challenges are, to maybe help them with other ideas, whatever it is, or to say, good luck, go for it. But we're not tying the recommended services to the strength or weakness of a grantee's salary plan. So the good news is, even though those were scored and there's more work to do, they don't really factor into your conversations particularly. I mean, we could talk about them if you want, but they're not about whether we're going to do lots of early Head Start, OPK prenatal to 3 in a county. Isn't about the strength or not of the salary plan. So that's the first thing that I want to kind of take off the table. But then the big thing that I would point out is that readiness, we can't quite say that readiness is all, but we would say readiness is a lot. We have a very tight timeline to get going. The legislature has asked us to get going on services in September. So this is not where do we want to be in a year. This is where do we want to be in not very much time. And so when we're looking at prioritization, we're proposing that readiness is a very big question. If an applicant, and you'll see this, if an applicant has some slots that are ready to go, they have the facilities, they could enroll kids and be ready to go on Labor Day. And then some of their application has proposals that they probably will have the facilities, or they might have the facilities, or they're working on the facilities, or they have a notion about how to get the facilities. We are proposing to put those kinds of slots in a second priority. Not that we're not going to fund them, but that as we lay out what are the priorities within an application, those are an initial way to think about prioritizing. It wouldn't make sense at some level to fund a program that doesn't have priorities, it doesn't have facilities, and not fund a program that does have facilities, all else being equal. So we've taken and we've said the slots that you have ready to go in general are in the first tier, and the slots that might be ready to go or could be ready to go are in the second tier. We're not making funding recommendations. We're just trying to think about how do we sort these components of a request into some piles that maybe will be helpful for people who are looking to make final approval. So not about salaries, mostly about readiness. And the third bullet I have here is evidence of service area coordination. Those of you who know OPK know that we have state laws and rules that require that we don't overlap services in geographic areas. And so as part of the application, Lindsay talked about it a little bit, each grantee, when they were in a county or in a service area with another grantee, they were required to provide what's called a service area coordination agreement, which says the two grantees say, here's how we're going to recruit from families in this area. Here's how we're going to coordinate our services so we're not overlapping. Oregon law says that OPK, we have to prevent overlap with our Region 10 partners. And so those service area coordination agreements were required as part of the application. We scored applications for applicants that didn't have them, and sometimes that meant that they would get a lower score on certain components. But then when we are going to prioritize potentially the elements of proposals, when people didn't have a clear agreement, they couldn't show us that they had a good agreement with their neighbors. That was that was considered to be, or we're proposing that to be a lower priority than proposals where they have a really good evidence that they're coordinating services with their neighbors. So those three principles are our proposed way to think about prioritizing requested services. Notice that the phrase is prioritization of newly requested services. So this kind of goes back to my first point about salaries. All of the applicants except for one are current OPK providers. They already are serving, they already have grants with us. We're not asking you to unpack their ongoing services. We have a monitoring plan, we have really strong reporting. We work with our grantees to make sure that their current services are up to snuff. We're asking you to help us prioritize requests for new services. That's new extended duration, new infant toddler care. And we're assuming that their continuation, the part of their application that's about continuing their services that they're doing now, we're not asking you to unpack that and decide to stack those against each other. No, we're just kind of considering them a solid foundation. And then the hard part, the part that we're asking for your help on, are these requests for new services that involve new funds and new models. So I want to pause about that. Those principles, Gwen's reading my mind. Those principles are our initial take on, well, how do we help the review committee to think about different ways to organize the requests, and what are the top priorities and what are kind of the middle priorities and what might be lower priorities. So we've said a lot there. I want to pause for questions or comments. Any about that seem good? Any about that seem troublesome? Any curiosity about any of that?
I have a question. Shocking everyone.
Please, Sarah.
If the people requesting grants are currently in the process of becoming ready, as in like if they have a facility grant they're going through or whatever, were they able to include that as part of their readiness, or is it only things that they currently have?
That's a great question. You'll see in a little bit, we actually kind of created three layers there. We said ready, nearly ready, and not yet ready. And we had grantees that said, hey, this stuff's ready to go. This stuff we're pretty solid on. And then this stuff over here, we're actually not going to be ready. So that was fairly unusual. But when a grantee said, we're not going to be ready until December or March, then we put it in that third tier. It's like, okay, so you're not going to be ready. And that's fine. You know, this is a big lift. We're going from 64 prenatal to 3 spots to 1,200. So that's like 2 orders of magnitude, if my math is correct. Also, the Ford Bronco Mustang E8 the launch is delayed. So that's something to keep in mind as that announcement pops up on my screen. Oh, stop. Wonderful people. Stop. Sorry. Okay. So that's a great question, Sarah. So you'll see we made a distinction between ready, nearly ready, and not going to be ready. And none of this is, of course, there's no moral finger wag here if you're not ready. It's just the way that the universe is working. Facilities are hard to get. So we were just trying to think primarily, as in first take, is our folks' proposal looking like they're totally solid to go, they're probably ready to go, or ooh, they're not going to be quite ready to go. We may, Director Calderon may have the funds and the will and the whatever to fund all those not yet ready programs and say, well, let's help you get ready, or whatever it is, right? So these are not funding decisions. These are just helping to see unpack a lot of information from each applicant. Other questions, comments?
Michael, if I could just add to that, this is Gwen.
Please.
I think also, I wasn't sure if the question was also that applicants have the opportunity to submit as supplemental information any documentation that might demonstrate their readiness. And so that came in many forms. And if you're interested in, if anyone is interested, those are all part of the supplemental documents that applicants submitted to us. There's a varied ways in which to demonstrate their own readiness on that. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that.
Oh, that's great. I'm so open to people.
Michael, this is Tammy. I do have a question on the evidence of service area coordination. Does every single grantee reside in an area that requires that, or are there some areas that they may be the only person or a group in that service area?
Can you still hear me? My screen is saying funny things about me.
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so that's a great question. And if you don't mind, let me put a pin in that, and I think I'm going to tell you the answer in just a little bit, okay?
That sounds perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So you might remember, I hope you do, that our grantees are really have the potential to ask for a couple different kinds of new services. And my system is taking a really great time to be cranky. 1 second, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
For working on that. Okay, you got it, or do you need us to kind of provide any support?
Well, I'm just trying to get my Wi-Fi to connect. Imagine that. And not
all
working.
had connectivity issues over the last 6 to 8 weeks. There's a lot of activity. Monday, people are busy on.
I'm actually gonna walk over and reset my internet. I'll just tell you what the slide says currently, and I'll be right back. But the first question is around extended duration readiness, and as I mentioned, the first priority was for programs who were able to demonstrate that they have the facilities and they have the agreements and they're ready to go. So that's the kind of the main way that we thought about prioritizing the extended duration requests was around whether they could demonstrate that they had facilities that were ready to go, whether they have great agreements with their neighbors about how they're going to serve eligible children and families. Sorry, I'm just walking back to my screen and I can feel it. It's going to be great now. It's just going to be fantastic. No internet. Okay. So,
Michael, do we need to pause and make sure that somebody else can maybe manipulate the slides for you? Because we can still hear you great, but if we need to switch presenters or make sure that someone else can, move the slides for you, we can do that now and just take a moment. We know that technology and virtual meetings, so we all have to be gracious to each other and just, find a solution when we're creating a challenge.
Okay, just maybe just take a 1-minute pause here and see if I can get it back.
Okay, no problem. Just want you to be focused on that, and we're right here if you need anything. Okay, thank you, committee members. We'll probably have more of this throughout the day with 1 or 2 of us.
I too want to thank everybody for your patience as well. Even though it looks like we were able to gain some time, made up for some of the technical difficulties, leaves us a nice buffer. But thank you again for your patience in this kind of new environment that we're all engaging with.
Lindsay and I could field some questions if there are any at this point.
Okay, it looks like I'm back in business here. I really apologize for how long that took.
Michael, no problem. I have to just say, I don't think you were muted during that, so it sounded like you built a new receiver and tower. So I think hopefully it works.
Yeah. Can you not do that right now, please? Okay. So, I don't think you can quite see my screen yet, but we're getting there. It looks like coming around. It's coming around the mountain when it comes. So it's just not popping up, which is the drag. Let me see if I have enough bandwidth to email this to my friend Lindsay, and she could try to. It really is like a great Murphy's Law experience here. I mean, we got public meeting, we got a $122 million grant. Let's record it. That adds a little extra fun. Oh, it's a pandemic.
Michael, the screen is changing, so I think we are able to see.
Okay.
We are what's happening for you. We can see you. Get ready to
great.
email.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
I want to
being.
stop sharing your screen, and then that might help with your connectivity. And then.
Oh, I think we're close. I'm going to turn off my camera. That helps a little bit sometimes. And almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, so what we'd like to do then is share with you a little bit more about how we looked at the extended duration requests using the prioritization that we just talked about. So with that, I will share with you the overview, which has also been made available to you, review committee members, where we looked at each applicant's extended duration request, and we examined in detail, coming around here, and we had extra time. I really apologize. I don't know what I can do different, but coming around here. So this tiered sheet is how we looked at extended duration requests from each applicant. We started by sorting them by the score that they got in the extended duration section. So that score next to their name is the percentage score that they got in the extended duration section. And then we just kind of dug into what did they say about their readiness and their service area coordination is basically the simplest way to put it. And we made some comments after we looked at every application again and what the reviewers said and what we could see from their application about their level of readiness. And as you can see, we sort of characterized slots in different ways. So if you look at, for example, Albina at the top here, you can see that they requested 419 extended duration slots. In their application, they were able to show us that they were operationally ready, that they had the staff, they had all the facilities in place, they're ready. And so we took those 419 points and we put them in the first tier of readiness. You go to the next applicant, Clackamas County Children's Commission, they asked for 94 slots. They've got all the facilities ready. They're ready to go. Those slots are in the 94, those 94 slots are in the first tier in our proposed way of thinking about these applications. If you slide down to Mount Hood, you can see that they've requested 300 and they requested 300 and, oh, I'm hiding that. I didn't know I was going to do math online here, but 345 slots. And they've got facilities ready, according to their application, for 327 of those slots. And then for one classroom of 18, they've got it under renovation. And they said in their application, they're not sure if they can be ready by September. So we placed those 18 slots in the second tier because they're nearly ready, but they're not currently ready, and they've got a little uncertainty around that. So, and so on. So that's how we initially tried to help you think about these 30 applications, some of which requested extended duration, and each of which had to provide a plan to tell us about their plan to be ready by Labor Day. So I'll just pause there and see if there are questions or comments.
This is Kelly Pope.
Hi Kelly.
Hey there. Where is this document? Can I find it in the Dropbox? It's just easier to see it when I pull it up. And if not, that's fine.
Yes. I'm not sure. That's a great question. By the end of the briefing, we can provide it to you. I think we decided that we'd rather show it to you first, just so it wouldn't seem overwhelming to explain it a little bit. But yes, we can get that to you as we go forward. Thank you for that,
that's
Kelly.
Great. That's great. I just printing them out helps.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I think it is in the Dropbox.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
So I see the one, but it doesn't print out OPK RFA appendix.
I see Appendix A and Appendix C under reviewer preparation.
And which one is this?
Right. So hang on. The Appendix C, I'll tell you about that in just a little bit. But this one, how we initially, I'm not sure is in there.
It's
this isn't the same. Appendix C isn't the same as this.
Appendix A
Correct.
is in the reviewer preparation tab.
Right. Appendix A which is the scores, but not.
Oh, I'm
this
sorry, not this
sheet.
specific.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. So,
Michael, this is Quinn.
go ahead, Quinn.
I'm wondering if there's a way, because like I said, with technology and our world, and some people have printers and some, but I was wondering if there's any way that other team members who are providing support to the meeting, if there's a way for them to get this posted, if it's not already posted, or at least make it really available so that I know there's a lot of documents that were with this meeting
Yeah.
preparation. And so I'm wondering if there's a way, even if it was in the chat box for right now, and then we could
Sure.
make sure that it's posted, but then anyone who's attending this meeting, whether it's part of the review committee or public, would be able to grab that and be able to access it.
Hi, this is Teresa. Just so you know, I have my
Yay.
Dropbox at the ready. So if you just want to get me something, I will put it in all the Dropbox places as soon as I have it.
Okay, I will chat box that to you right now, Teresa. Thank you so much. I was really hoping I would hear your voice. And as usual, I did right at the right time. Okay, so Teresa will work on that.
We can't control connectivity, but we can do solution problems, right? We can find a solution to get to something as quickly as possible. All right.
Right. So while Teresa works on that, you can, I'll just slide down to give you a sense of, we have a lot of applicants for extended duration, and we've got a lot of, we've got comments, and we've tried to give you kind of an initial sorting of the deck. And what we're going to do when we're done with this overview is to start walking through application by application. I'll say one more thing, which is, well, like that's clearly not true. One more thing. Shoot. Well, somehow it deleted something, so. Okay. So while my system catches up. So I mentioned that extended duration was based largely on readiness. For infant toddler, we have another wrinkle, which is that not only are we curious and interested and committed to questions of readiness, but we know from all of our sector plans and from all of our applicants that there's a strong desire there's a strong desire from our families to have full-time care for their infants and toddlers or close to it. So within Head Start, there are different models for how to do Head Start. One model is called center-based care, and that's, as you might imagine, center-based care. Parents come, they drop off their children. The children hang out in the center. At the end of the day, the children are either picked up or they're transported, and that includes a minimum of 1,300 plus hours of service throughout the year, and it's a not quite full time, but it's a getting toward accommodating the needs of working parents. There are other models within Head Start, including a home-based model. A home-based model says that that this grantee will provide visitation to parents who are participating, a home visit every week or so, and then children and parents will gather with other children and parents a couple times a month maybe for a socialization experience. And that model has been shown to provide great outcomes for children and parents. So there's nothing about that model that's negative. And in terms of prioritization, we're proposing that center-based have a higher priority than home-based, with the idea that given what the demands on working on parents who are working poor and who have children in schools, and the sector plans that speak to the need for care, ongoing care for their children outside of the home, that tends to fit the needs of parents. That's a higher priority for our parents than home-based. And I just want to emphasize, home-based is a wonderful program in Head Start. And if we're trying to think about priorities, we are suggesting that center-based care be a higher priority than home-based care. And actually, grantees were often reflected that. The reason they're doing home-based is really about facilities. It's just very difficult to find facilities, and many programs have plans to do home-based initially and then convert over to center-based as soon as they can score the acreage, the square footage to make that happen. There's also a model in Head Start called Family Child Care, which basically a grantee will place children in a center-based or a family home who's doing child care, and the grantee will provide the wraparound services, the comprehensive services, while the family child care delivers the child care and the early education experiences for the infant toddler. Again, that seems to fit better with the needs that are expressed in sector plans and community assessment. So we included family child care in our proposed first tier of applications, or within applications, because many applications, they have some slots that they're requesting that are center-based, and they have other slots that they're requesting that are home-based. And they say right in the application, we're working on getting facilities. Our preferred model is to do center-based, but right now, given the timing, we're trying to get services to children, and that's fantastic. But we're suggesting in our sort of initial tiering for you that center-based or family child care be a top priority, and that home-based be more of a middle priority. Again, these are not funding recommendations. We may have funding for all this. We're just talking about what's the first most important thing and then the second most important thing, knowing that they're both very important. So I'll show you that we did the same thing for infant toddlers that we did with extended duration. We created tiers. That's the extended duration one. And coming up next is the infant toddler one. Hooray. Like walking through quicksand. You can see the organizations named here. We also sorted them by the score on their prenatal to 3 section of the application. Here, I'm showing you how many slots they requested. Albina Head Start. So let's just use them as an example. They requested 120 infant toddler slots, prenatal to 3. They said 112 of them are going to go in center-based, and 8 of them are in home-based. So what we did is we said the first tier from their application are these 112 in center-based, and the second tier is these home-based slots. They have some minor improvements in their facilities. They're nearly ready. So you can see on this sheet kind of the whole picture. And this is something that Teresa is making available to you. So then we do have a third tier, which is not ready. We have some programs that just said we're not going to be ready, or we don't have a good coordination agreement to make ourselves ready. And so we put slots in that tier when that was the situation, and we'll unpack that as we go through applications. So I want to pause.
This is Kelly. I have a question.
Yeah, please.
What's the color coding? So you have yellow on Albina Head Start is not ready, but then down on Community Action Team, you have 50 in yellow, but nothing else. Confederated Tribes has facilities in hand that's still pink. Does it matter? Do these colors matter?
So I think the yellow, under the readiness notes, the nearly ready was yellow. I think that's a mistake. That should be ready. Oops. Of course, you have to spell. That's just an oversight on our part. There you go. Does that make sense? Sorry about that.
Yeah. Why? But what is you have yellow on some of your numbers in the first and second column.
That was just internal conversations when we wanted to double check something or confer about something.
Okay. ignore them.
Yep.
Ignore the yellow inside. Okay,
basically,
cool.
yeah. Sorry, yeah. The main thing is the readiness notes on the right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yep, sure.
Michael, just
I want to make sure I got. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know that you'll be, because I'm familiar with the materials and the presentation, you know that you'll be digging into each one of these applicants in detail to go over this more. But I wanted to request, though, that if you could scroll down so that all the applicants can be seen as well, even though you're going this kind of high level, that might be helpful as well for others.
Yep, so that's the second part of the list there. Okay, I want to make sure there's no more questions, and then I will move on. So for as we get into thinking about each applicant, I want to sort of suggest that there's some, like I said before, some sort of ways to think about what are we talking about here. We've got some groups, we've got a group of folks who are just asking for the money to improve salaries. They're not asking for new extended duration services, and they're not asking for new infant toddler services. And as I understand it, Teresa's working on downloading those and getting them in the Dropbox for you, review committee. So stand by on that. So some folks just we want to pay our teachers better. We're not asking for new stuff. So those are, I think, knock on wood, are going to be fairly easy to handle for us. They're trying to do what they've been doing, and they want to pay their infant toddler, their lead and assistant teachers more, and more power to you, right? So that's the first group. We have another set of folks who don't share a service area with anybody else. They don't have anybody that they need to coordinate with, and whether or not they're asking for new services, relatively simple, because we're just kind of looking at them. They're the only game in town, and let's just look at prioritization within their application. There's another third group. This is going from easiest to hardest. There's another group that does share a service area. Maybe they're or maybe they're even proposing new areas to serve, and they're asking for new services for extended duration and new services, or new services for infants and toddlers. And then the last group, there's a couple places where we have multiple grantees in the same area who may or may not be asking for new services and may or may not be proposing new areas to serve. Okay. So, having said all that, we have prepared an application summary for you. Those are the draft review committee reports. On each one, it says where the grantee serves, how many children and families they're proposing to serve, the configurations of children and families that they're proposing to serve. Has their application scores, and it has our initial attempt to think about prioritization within their application. So those draft committee reports are definitely available to the review committee. And our proposal, Lindsay's been gracious to give me this time, but our proposal is for you all is to do a little walk through the state, starting in the northwest corner, coming down the coast, going east, up to the Columbia, down into our central grantees, over the mountain, up through the valley, and ending in Portland. For each applicant, we will review the proposed priorities and complete the review committee report. And completing those 30 review committee reports can really be seen as the objective for the rest of this meeting. Thank you, Teresa. And with that, I'm ending with essentially a procedural proposal for Dominic and Gwen. Of course, we can take time for discussion and processing and I could probably use a drink of water, but yeah, that's.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
Teresa wants us to let everybody know that those things have been uploaded into the review committee folders now. So you can access both the sheets that we just reviewed in your Dropbox.
Teresa, can I also confirm that they've been uploaded into the public access folder as well?
Yes, they have.
Thank you. So Dominic, I think what Michael is asking is, are we ready to move to the next? Do we want to make sure, I'm thinking that, Michael, you requested if you're going to be presenting next, get a drink of water. I think one of the things that what I would suggest, Dominic, is maybe we make sure that everyone has been able to access the documents that were just uploaded, as it seems like those will be, and I'll ask Michael and Lindsay, it seems like those might be good reference documents as we're moving through this next portion of the work. Okay. So I'm seeing some head nods for those who are not able to see the cameras. So that might be, but Dominic, how does that sound to you, that we give people just a few minutes, make sure they have the documents, that they can locate them. We can provide technical assistance to those who are, or might have trouble finding them and where they're located before we start the next, moving into the committee report document. I can't hear you, Dominic.
I just want to, for this section, if anybody is not able to access the document, please let us know now.
And if that is the case, I can email to the review committee. If people can't get into the Dropbox, let me know. This is Teresa.
Teresa, this is Gwen. If you could, that might be really helpful, because what I'm thinking is happening is our Dropbox, it's a lot of documents, and I think that working in them might be impacting connectivity for some individuals. And so I'm wondering if, just by attaching them to an email, that might help with some of that.
It might. I will send the email in phases. And I saw a question about public documents, and those are on the Early Learning Council's page. That is where this meeting is posted. You should find the link there to get to the public facing documents as well. But I will phase these out. I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I can do a reply all to this email, and that should cover all of the committee members.
I am not the one to be able to answer that question, but what I think I can do is, since there was a question of where to find these online, is Dominic, if with your permission, I could do just a quick tutorial in the Early Learning Division website to show people where they're located, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, this is Dominic. Thanks, Gwen. I think that would be helpful at this time, and it might even save us just a little bit of time as well.
Certainly. Let me get back to, so let's see. I can get in there. Let me kind of pull up before I share my screen, because my computer loves to do some weird things right now. So let's see. Okay, I think I can do that now. I'm going to ask for the screen. I'm not sure who. Okay, got it. So, can someone just give me confirmation that you can see the Early Learning Division homepage on their screen? Okay, great, great. So, the place to find the documents right now, and these are all the documents that the review committee has received and also that are open to the public, is if you go to the Early Learning Council tab, so it's right here, and you'll move over to meeting calendar. Like I said, it's not intuitive. So meeting calendar, you click on meeting calendar, pulls up the, and you can see here, early learning program grant application review committees are all in sort of this purple magenta. And we're the only meeting today on the 18th. So I'm clicking actually right on the kind of magenta purple dot. And then it pulls up the agenda and meeting materials here in the center, sort of bottom of the screen. And so, and now this is where I need help from Teresa. Is it in one of these that I should check in? Let's see. So this is where all the documents are. And so this should be the public access folder.
And go to additional documents.
Okay, thank you.
And those, okay, no, it's not there. I'm sorry, go back one.
Okay.
In the public access grant applications. Sorry.
That's what I'm wondering. It might not be in the public access folder yet.
Well, I put some things in both. And that's the only thing they linked to on that site was the public access. There we go.
Okay. Is it the
sandboxes? Extended
okay, so thank you. So it looks like if once you click on the link to RFE materials and it sends you into the public access for grant applications, the new documents are now at the bottom of the list there. There's an infant toddler sandbox, OPK RF review committee, and then the extended duration sandbox. So, and if we were to click on one of those, it has the documents that Michael was just sharing. So we should, anybody who's on the review committee and anyone who is also a member of the public listening in, they're all right there available for you. I hope that was helpful. Stop sharing my screen.
Gwen, can you tell me one more time under meeting materials, which is it that I click on? When I clicked on OPK scoring, I'm sorry. Was it?
No. That's why we're all. It is in the applications to OPK grant program, OPK application.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Found it. I'm there.
Sure. Great.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Takes a minute. Awesome. And then these are the reviewer summaries where there's a summary for each program. I'm looking for, how about additional documents? Nope. Yep.
Let's see. Teresa, I know, worked on uploading those.
I have Appendix A in additional documents.
I think it's going to be the reviewer summary.
Oh, I found it. Just have to scroll down.
So I should have been on my screen again. Sorry for everyone. I forgot that I wasn't on screen. So it'll be in the first folder in the public access grant applications. It's reviewer summary. And these are the documents that Lindsay and Michael will be working with all of you on now. And they have a non-PDF version so that we'll be able to be working in them sort of live with you this afternoon. I guess it's not afternoon yet, this morning and afternoon. Any other questions on accessing the materials?
Are you still going to email it? It's not, I'm sorry, it says my PDF plugin isn't working, and it works half of the time. So I'm not sure why it isn't. So the appendix C is not the right one.
Appendix C is going to be the the sort of the final document that you'll be working on to actually present your, or to organize your recommendation for Mira and Calderon.
Okay.
Gwen,
All right.
I just sent sandbox documents and a new link, not a new link, but a relink to the committee's version of the Dropbox, so that in case people were struggling, they have it kind of at the top of their email.
Okay.
So that much I've done. Let me know what other individual documents need to go, because I'm just wondering, it would be pretty massive to send out like all the applications and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. But let me know if
yeah, and Lindsay, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think for the work that will sort of moving into now, like the work group part and the discussion part, and going through the each application, I think having the review committee report and then the two documents that we just uploaded, the sandbox documents, will be really nice to have for the next part of the work. And then yeah, the applications would be, they're pretty big, so I don't think that they would be something we'd want to be emailing. That's why they're available online. But I think between those two documents for each of the applicants, I think that'll be potentially sufficient. But if any of the review committee members need any support while we're doing this work to access documents, Teresa, are you available to, if they can email you directly for any of that support?
yes, absolutely.
And you all should have Teresa's email now. Yeah.
This is Michael. Getting a nice echo. Maybe it's just me. Hello? What I was thinking was, just quickly, I just wanted to kind of check in with the review committee. We laid out some principles of prioritization around readiness, around coordination, around an assumption that more full-time early learning care and education is a higher priority than home base. But I just wanted to pause and invite some feedback about that. We did some thinking about how to help you, but these are not set in stone. They're one way to think about prioritization. But I wanted to really invite the committee to think about, does it jive with your sense of what's important? Are we missing something? Are there additional considerations? I'm not necessarily trying to complicate this, but I also don't want to just rush through that and think, because those are important questions for our system. So thank you.
Okay, so were you asking if we thought that the way you guys put it together was good for us? Just so I'm hearing that correctly?
I think so, especially if it was. No, just, I didn't want to rush through that. If it strikes you as we're missing some key information, or there are other considerations you'd want to have, that's important. And on the other hand, if that seems like a reasonable way to proceed, then we can proceed. I wanted to be deliberate about that and intentional.
I thought it was very informational. Honestly, I thought it was put together quite well. There's a lot of information, obviously, but with everything you've given us, it seems very informational. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Kelly, you're unmuted now. I think you were sharing something.
Oh, I thought you could hear me. I didn't realize. Sorry. Yakking along. I'm not sure. I think that I said that I agree with this process. I really like what's been laid out. I think that once we start working through these, you know, starting with the Northwest Coast and working around the state, it's going to make sense. So I'm kind of anxious to dig in. I got my documents to print and I can see them, and I think I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Kelly. I'm wondering if you can do a test on where we might be getting that feedback.
I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we were able to hear you. We were getting a little feedback, but I think it's better now.
Okay.
Okay, great.
I'm on mute. I'm on mute when I'm not talking. So
yeah.
Back to mute.
Yeah, I don't think it was on your end. I think it was coming off of somebody else's. Yeah.
But I think we have to, when you're talking to Kelly Taylor, you'll have to say Kelly Taylor because we have two Kellys.
Thank you. That's right.
Can do.
All right, and I saw that Sarah wrote in the chat box, very helpful. So, and Dominic, so I think we can assume that all your committee members are able to access the documents now and have what they need, and that Teresa can provide some support if they need help finding anything. So I think it's up to you on next where we're at in the agenda. So thank you for your patience as we work through the virtual meeting.
Mm-hmm. Well, so our next item on the agenda would be the committee discussion is what we have. We've gotten through the briefing. Sounds like everybody has access to the documents and support to access the documents if you cannot get to them. So next we'll go into the review community discussion. And
this is Michael. If I could, I don't want to step out of line, but I think that we've had kind of the generic discussion, and if it would make sense, I think we could move to discussing applicants. I don't want to push that agenda. I just it seems like people have had a chance to kind of reflect on the principles that we laid out and the sort of the way we tried to think about it initially for you, and then so that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. So it looks like we can begin, unless anybody has any other further questions. I think at this point we can either get into the applications and start prioritizing them, or I want to give the committee the option as well we could also have, if you're hungry, if you need sustenance at this point, we can break for an early lunch. Again, it'll be a 30-minute lunch. So I'd like to propose the question to the committee. We could get into the applications now, or the other option is to take lunch now for 30 minutes and then get into the prioritization of the applicants. So my request would be if you're wanting to go to lunch now, let us know by, it can be a verbal response or added in the chat box. Maybe in the chat box we could have lunch or applications as our two options. Again, we're just trying to, as we jump into this next bit, I know it's going to be a lot of information, a lot of processing. So I wanted to give you all that opportunity to choose. I see so far good to continue. Applications, so I have 2 so far from the chat box responding. And I also see kind of fine either way. Okay, and I see also continue to the applications process, and also another good to continue. So I guess at this point, good to continue, great. If anybody objects to continuing at this time, just let us know in the next minute or so. Otherwise, I think we can go into the prioritizing the application process. And then I myself will keep an eye on the clock, and then we'll just shoot for lunch or I'll check in with us at lunch at 12:30 to see where we're at. Does that sound good for everybody? Anybody have any questions? I see thumbs up. Thank you. Some nods. Good. Good to continue. Good to continue. Great. So let's go ahead and move into the next step in the process, and we will begin to prioritize the applications. So in order, I think I will need.
I can help, maybe Dominic.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, please.
So much to my entire family's distress, we've totally lost internet here. Great timing. I'm on the phone and I have all the documents. So I had suggested that we start in the northwest corner, and that would be with Community Action Team. They are asking for extended duration and for prenatal to 3 slots. And I would suggest getting in front of us the draft committee report for Community Action Team, and perhaps having those 2 recent documents, the sandbox documents, to look at sort of how we got to where we have. But on the draft committee report, it includes the same information that's on the the kind of the overview sandbox sheet, but just about community action. And then I would invite the review committee to kind of deliberate and think about it and go from there. And I can't see anybody, so apologies. I'm going voice only mode until we figure out our internet.
Michael, this is Gwen. Would you like me to pull it up on my screen?
Yeah, that would be great. I wish I could be of more
Review report. Okay, perfect. I can be your internet right now. So, think.
There's the Velvet Underground song, "I'll Be Your Mirror," and this is "I'll Be Your Internet."
I think that's probably working for everyone. The only issue that I will have is these are the PDF versions that I'm pulling, and so I know that we have early learning division staff though who are taking the notes and for this part of it. So yes.
This is Teresa. The Word version of those should also be in the review committee folder.
Okay. I'll go off screen and you don't want to see me digging.
So I have a question. This is Kelly Poe. Can we ask about the reviewers, why you said particular things? Can we ask about the scoring position? And I guess I'm wondering about the scoring position. I look at this, and I'm just not exactly sure why it's scored at number 21. And I'm looking at some of the things. I trust you, but that's not a good doing diligence.
Yeah, what are your questions specifically, Kelly? We can kind of go through that sandbox document a little bit more if you want more clarity on how we wanted to get away from prioritizing like 1 to 30, but the scores kind of did that on its own. And because because of the nature of the regionalization of programs and so on, we don't necessarily think there's a best and a worst application. It's just the way that those happen to fall based on the scores and kind of, you know, the natural positioning of what they applied for and how strong their responses were. But they're not necessarily prioritized as any program is better or worse than another necessarily, or that there's a best and a worst application. Does that help a little bit?
So how does this score sheet give me any information?
So the score sheet at the top, it'll just say where they fell in their scoring placement. So what number they happen to be in via their percentage, and then kind of just an overview of what information they have in tier 1. So are they proposing center-based care and extended duration with facilities in hand? So it's just a brief summary of what they've applied for and what they're proposing. And then we will look a little bit more as at the application or determine a little bit more the specifics around, you know, what did they say? Why, if they're, I think, Columbia is a good example of, they've applied for home-based services, and that puts those early Head Start, or those prenatal to 3 services in the tier 2, but it doesn't mean that they are secondary to their other requests, and that they are the only provider of infant toddler service, or would be the only provider of early Head Start services in their region. So we'll just talk about kind of the nuances of the proposal and the difference between tier 1 and tier 2, and kind of their readiness around applying those services in September.
This is Michael. I think this is a really good question, because the scoring in comparison to other applications is sort of mildly useful, but in some ways not. That is, you can see when we laid out the prioritization kind of principles that your overall score is much less important than do you have facilities ready to go? Do you have good agreements with your neighbors? And so forth. So, or not, and so forth. Those are really the big questions. In this case, Community Action Team does not share a service area with any other grantee. So we can kind of check off the box of coordination. And then we're really suggesting that we look together to confirm that the way we've arrayed their readiness and their program model makes sense as a way to prioritize within their application.
Do we have our screens figured out? Okay, there we go. Perfect. So this will help.
Is that the right one I pulled up? Okay.
Yes, it is. That's great. And I can help go through a little bit of it. So just to explain, these are working documents, and these are what you guys will help us to you'll fill out, will help you to fill out, and then we'll be turning these things into Miriam for her to make the decisions, the funding decisions later on. So we have pre-populated these just by way of, the scoring position only tells you where they are in the list. The number of slots requested is the total, so that's their whole program request. The report date is today, and the base, we have the application scores. So that base score is everything they said up until section 7. Their base score, their readiness, their plans, their organizational readiness, their connection to the sector plan, all those things are in the base score. And then the extended duration score is the 36 out of a possible 45. And then that P3 is the prenatal to 3 score, which is out of a possible 60. So they've requested 133 extended duration slots in Tier 1, which tells you that they are ready with facilities in hand. And then the Tier 2 is for 60 prenatal to 3 slots. The only reason that that is in Tier 2 is because they are home-based, not center-based. And so now we can kind of go through and talk about what you guys think. We can help to provide information around their readiness and their current model. And then we will fill out this bottom section. The OPK Review Committee recommendation will be filled out with any notes that you guys would like to provide to Miriam in your recommendation. Michael says his whole building has internet out, so that is really great timing on that. The middle of Portland. Thanks for that, middle of Portland. So that's where you guys will make the recommendation. You will add any notes that you feel are pertinent, and then the kind of any other information that you feel Miriam may need to have in order to make the recommendation. So again, all of these are working documents, only pre-populated with the information we felt was really key, and then we can have a conversation around it. So does anybody have any specific questions around these requests for Community Action Team, Clatsop, Columbia, and Tillamook counties?
This is Kelly Poe again. I do have a question, and so I'm going to risk asking the wrong question. You'll say, "Oh, that's not the kind of questions we ask at this point." So I'll practice on this first one because it might not be, because I agree with your process and I want to do the process right. But I also trying to look at the document you gave us, and I'm looking at the early learning sector plans, and it prioritizes children of color and children who are emerging bilingual. And I'm wondering if you have anywhere in your notes that those are part of the expansion that they're asking for.
Yeah, I think we have some background knowledge around their equity work plans, but that's not part of the application. We do know that those priority groups are priority groups for enrollment in Head Start. I can access my application and see if we can pull up any specifics that they have.
Actually,
does anybody else have access to that?
The other two priority areas were, children in low income, and those are Head Start priorities too. And then, of course, children under the age of 3. So if I just know that ahead of time, if that's what their sector plan says, I don't need to ask it. But if there's something else that's called out specifically, can we ask that kind of a question?
Oh, please. I think those questions are exactly what we're looking for. And we did talk a lot about in the prenatal to 3 expansion questions. One of the questions is about coordination of services, specifically mental health services and special education services, as well as others. And equity is a huge part of what we do for the early learning division. Hey, we get a Wayfair. Hey, that's all right. If we need a shopping break, we may need a shopping break. But those questions are exactly what we're looking for you guys to be asking.
Michael, the other thing I would say is that you might remember from the application that within the base core and within the infant toddler and within the extended duration, they're specifically asked to show us that their plan aligns with the early learning sector plan, aligns with their community assessment, aligns with their strategic goals, aligns with their school readiness goals. So, I think there's sort of an interesting tension there, Kelly, between sort of we're not, we wanted the application to do a lot of work for us so that applicants would articulate their plans and then reviewers scored them. I think, for a lot of the applicants, their scores were very solid in those areas because they're veteran OPK providers and they already prioritize along with the sector plan. In fact, they contributed a lot toward the creation of the sector plan because they know their communities really, really well. So yes, ask the question. Yes, lean on the application and the reviewers. Yes, lean on the past practice and successful past practice from our OPK grantees and keep asking about these things.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to figure out what sets proposals apart because I'm afraid I look at this and I think looks fine to me, looks awesome, but I'm going to have 30 applications that say, oh, looks fine to me. So I'm just trying to pull out things that might set it apart. That anyway. Right. So that's my question. Thank you.
Good news. There are some applications where there's going to be more work to do. There are, as I said, some of them, they don't share service area with anyone else. They're expanding on services that they've already done, or we have a good reason to believe they'll be good at it. So some of these will be easier. We wanted to, and when we designed our walk, we wanted to maybe start with some that were slightly, more teed up than others. So don't worry, there's some thorny ones in the patch.
So Gwen, we logged that form and is
yeah, that's I'm trying to get some technical assistance. Even though I've downloaded the non-PDF version, I was trying to make sure that I could add text into it, and so I was having a little technical challenge on being able to, and I was curious if I had to download it.
We found that doing multiple things on all at once is really tricky for our little computers, huh?
So what I think I'll do though is I know that we have our whole team here that is taking notes, and so I just wasn't. I know that Michael's having challenges with technology, but I think what we'll need to do is capture the. What I can do is I can pull up a Word document to capture the review committee recommendation, which would be this bottom box here, and we can capture anything so that people can see kind of real time their comments. But like I said, I am unsure how I can enter. So Teresa's giving me a little TA, so I will keep trying. But so please continue on with the conversation. I will continue to get this figured out, and we'll get rolling.
Great. So I think what I will do is I'll go down. I'll just look at the bottom of that form. If we keep changing presenters, things are just going to get a little bit messy. So so Kelly is taking notes in the forms. It sounds like, Gwen, just so that you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the bottom of the form, it says, let me pull up in my own Dropbox here.
This is Michael. Can I interrupt for a sec?
Please.
Well, so this is sort of with Dominic and Gwen, but I think it might be good to sort of, for each of these, maybe there's sort of a moment to review what's been said. And then there's some time for questions or discussion. And then it might be good to ask the review committee, does anybody have any requests about what to change about the prioritization that's been drafted? And if so, sort of what's the rationale? And decide together if there's going to be changes, and then sort of finalize it with any notes that you want to make. And if that would make sense, then you can kind of, because we got 30 to do. So we sort of need a way to sort of say, okay, and you're going to sort of provisionally approve, and then at the end we're going to step back, balcony view, and kind of look and see what we've done, especially around, do we do anything as we learn more? We want to go back and look at items, or do we have any worries that we want to come back to? But I think it might help to sort of say that the point is to have some recommended priorities for this applicant, and any notes, and have everybody in the review committee kind of go thumbs up, and then go to the next one. And that's what I would suggest.
I think that's a great suggestion. So let's take a few minutes for everyone to review what's been submitted. And then we will rejoin and ask for any comments.
Let's see. All right, so it sounds like we're going to take the time to review and then come back together. Is that agreed upon with the committee? Or does that make sense? Thank you, Sarah. Chelsea? And Kelly, yes. Okay. Kelly, yes. Okay. Okay, so it looks like at this time we're taking our own times to review the materials. And as far as time goes, on our agenda we have scheduled a lunch at 12:30. We can review this.
Michael,
sorry.
Can I interrupt? I think I wasn't clear and I messed up. What I'm suggesting is, for this applicant, you have a draft committee report. For each applicant, you will. So take a minute to make sure you see what's on the page, see if there's any questions, any concerns, any worries, any insights, and then see if anybody on the review committee has any suggestions about how to change what's been proposed. And if not, you can kind of check this grantee off and then move to the next one. I don't know if that helps, but that's what I was trying to say.
Thank you, Michael, for the clarity. That does help. So it sounds like we will go applicant by applicant and discuss each one after you've had a chance to read over each applicant. We'll all come together after each one.
Yeah, this is Gwen. I really want to make sure that the review committee has an opportunity to really digest the information. I also want to recognize that as a public meeting, we might have some people who are participating who aren't able to join via the screen. And so what I'd like to suggest is, so for sort of full access, that the documents that, like the one that I have pulled up, which is the review committee report for community action team for the counties of Clatsop, Columbia, and Tillamook. I think what I would request, Dominic, is that maybe someone on the ELD kind of reads through this. As was stated earlier, this is sort of, what it's done, this document has taken information from like the scoring table that we shared as the first document, and then the prioritization documents with the tiering. So it sort of combines both of those initial documents. And what I'm thinking is maybe, like I said, just to ensure full access for those in the public, that we sort of maybe read through this, and then if there's any questions by the committee team members about the information that's here, that we work that through, and then so that it's maybe a little bit more live, because I do think that that would just help us in this public meeting space.
Oh, thank you, Gwen. So I just want to be clear, you're suggesting we should read through it together.
I think so, just because there might be some people who are participating in this meeting who don't have access right now to the screen, and I want to make sure that they're able to participate as, at the highest level possible.
Great. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, just to ensure access to information. So yeah, let's do it that way, as we'll go through it all together, as Gwen had suggested.
And hopefully that pacing will help the review committee members. And know also, like to Kelly's point, like whatever questions come up, we really want you to be able to ask the questions. There's, I'd say there's no wrong question unless it's something that shouldn't be said in a public meeting that's confidential. So other than that, we really want you to be asking about these communities and the proposals, or I should say, and what the applicants are proposing to do in their community. So, and I can, what I can do is, Michael or Lindsay, would you like to, I think we've kind of talked about this one, but just to kind of provide an example for the public and for the review committee. So right now we're reviewing the Community Action Team Incorporated, their application for serving Clatsop, Columbia, and Tillamook County. And the scoring of the application, the scoring position was 21. They've requested 229 slots. 110 of those are part of their base funding. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not true. Their application scores were 110 for their base funding or current service levels, and then they had scored a 36 for extended duration, and for their 0 to 3 programming a 50. The proposed priorities was that they are in Tier 1 for extended duration with 133 slots, and then the 60 0 to 3 home-based slots in Tier 2. And so, and the ELD staff is in their briefing that they're indicating that there's partnerships in place for extended duration, and that their 0 to 3 programming includes 60 home-based with socialization, and then they also have community partnerships were very evident in support of their program models. So if kind of reading through each one like that is sufficient, Dominic, then I think we can open it up for discussion and questions from the committee.
I do like reading it through like that as well, just so that we all have the same information and kind of are looking at the same thing. Thank you, Glenn, and we can open it up for questions and comments now with this specific application.
I have a question, and this is Tisha. So the combination of the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 put them in this 22nd. Uh-oh, I've got echo. That puts them in the 21st scoring position, or they are in 2 separate positions based on each request.
Michael or Lindsay, are you able to field that question, please?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I can. So the scoring position is simply their overall score out of the 30 for all the things. Their extended duration score is separate. Their infant toddler score is separate.
Okay, I think that that answers my question.
It's a piece of information, in some ways maybe a little bit distracting for the purposes of the review committee.
That may be the case. I am easily distracted.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I'm just kidding.
Are there any other questions around this request? Are there any considerations that we would take to change their request in any way? Okay, Dominic or Gwen, do we sign off on community action team if we have no?
Yeah,
I have
think,
not. Go ahead, Gwen.
Oh, I just was, sorry, Dominic. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I'll go right after you, Gwen.
Okay. I think because it is difficult to capture the notes in real time, I think if what we could do is, I know that Kelly Taylor is taking notes and that there were some questions that Kelly Poe had. And so Kelly, I was wondering if maybe at the end of our Q&A and questions and suggestions from the review committee, that if Kelly Taylor could read back the notes, and so that the review committee sort of recognizes what's been taken and that they're okay with the notes that relate to each applicant.
This is Kelly Taylor, and I am more than okay with that. So for community action team, there were no changes to the modifying score. There were no specific details which the committee wanted the public or the learning system director to be aware, and there was no any additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Okay.
So as we're learning this process all together, Dominic, then I think it would, in your role as chair, if the review committee is comfortable with that, then, checking in with them, and then if they are, then we can probably move on to the next.
So are there any comments or questions about this applicant before we move on? I'll give it just a minute or so, and if not, we'll move on to the next applicant in just a moment. I'm just going to wait a moment to see if there are any questions or comments. Okay, and I think I have given sufficient time for somebody to either vocally speak up or type something in the chat box or nod. So we'll move on to the next, and if we have gone, if you still have comments or questions, we can also talk about it at the end as well. So let's move on to the next application, if that's okay with the committee.
Sounds good to me.
The team, I would just need to know which application I need to pull up or which review committee form I need to pull up next.
The next one is Community Services Consortium. Right there at the top.
We're traveling south down the coast. We've enjoyed our stay with our friends in Astoria, and now we're moving on down south on 101, doing a little whale watching, perhaps, and checking in with our friends at Community Services Consortium.
So
So I'll just say a little bit about that as we pull up the document, which is this one is from a grantee who is not asking for any extended duration services, not asking for prenatal to 3 slots. They just have a plan to increase the wages for lead teachers and assistant teachers, and they have other salary retention plans in place. We, like all of our grantees, will be checking in with them about that. But this one is in that first group of hopefully not a lot to worry about, because they're just saying we're going to keep serving the same kids in the same configurations that we have been. And we have a plan to boost salaries for our lead teachers and assistant teachers. Again, I'm doing this without seeing what's on the screen, so apologize if I'm being repetitive or off topic.
This is Kelly Pose. Do they cross boundaries with anyone? sure there's a better way of asking that.
No, that's a really good question. They are the only service provider for Lincoln County. Sorry, I'll be more specific. They are the only Head Start OPK for Lincoln County. There are plenty of providers, I'm sure.
Any other questions from the review committee in regard to Community Service Consortium application?
Like we said, some of these are they'll be fairly easy.
So this is Kelly Taylor, and we are going to go through the review committee recommendation really quick. There is no change to the rationale for modifying score. There were no specific details that the committee wanted the public or the early learning system director to be aware, and there are no additional information requested and or received from the applicant.
So Dominic, are you comfortable with us moving on to the next one?
We're not able to hear you, Dominic.
Can you hear me now? Excellent. So there are no questions or comments at this time. Now I would like to ask, does any of the committee have any revisions or objections to this application? And again, I'm giving it just a little bit of time for this environment to see if anybody has any responses, and haven't seen any yet. So I'm going to assume that the committee's okay to move on to the next application.
Thank you, Dominic. Michael, if you could please let me know who's the next one on the list, and I'll pull that up.
Yes, we've enjoyed our time in Lincoln City, and now we're headed south. We're going to go down past Florence, down to our friends at South Coast Head Start. South Coast Head Start. Our friends at the United Community Action Network actually do have a little coastal, but we'll swing around to them later. So let's go South Coast. Please and thank you.
All right, I'm looking. I think we've got it right here. Lindsay, since Michael isn't able to see, would you like to review this one?
Absolutely. So South Coast has a bit of Coos and a bit of Curry and some coastal Douglas County. Their scoring position was 5. The slots that they requested is 265 total, and they are requesting 18 Tier 1 P3 slots, which is prenatal to 3, meaning those will be center-based slots, and 4 P3 Tier 2 home-based slots. It looks like they are not requesting any extended duration, and that their facilities are nearly ready with minor improvements. And yeah, they got 148 for their base score and did not apply for extended duration, and they got a 58 of 60 for their prenatal to 3 score. So it looks like that's about all we really need to review. Do folks have any questions around this proposal? They do share some service area with United Community Action Network, who also has parts of Douglas County. They have a clear service area boundary, which they've submitted, as well as UCAN had submitted. It shows, which side of the mountain range they are covering, and it doesn't seem to be in conflict with what they have requested here.
Does anyone on the committee have any questions or comments about this application? Okay.
Dominic, this
Again,
is
I'll give just
Kelly Taylor. I am just wondering if you want me to read out those review committee recommendations for you.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Kelly.
All right. So for South Coast Head Start, we have no change for the rationale for modifying score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of, and there is no additional information requested and or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. So I haven't seen any questions or comments, either verbal or in the chat box or visually in our own little squares that we have. So I want to move on to revisions or objections. Does anybody on the committee have any revisions or any objections for this application? Okay. I haven't seen any responses or heard any responses, so I'm going to assume that there are no revisions or objections. And if we're ready as a committee, we can move on to the next application.
Sorry, Dominic,
Well,
I moved too fast.
That's okay.
Oh, that's quite all right. I will slow down.
Next up would be Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon is next. We've made a turn inland.
And Dominic, in regard to any changes or revisions, if there's anything at all that the review committee members would like Miriam Calderon to know, or any questions, please, it's a time to capture any thoughts that'll provide, good information and for Miriam as she needs to then, make determinations on actual awards. So please, anything that comes to the review committee's minds, please, it'll help Miriam in her task after yours.
And no question is a question that shouldn't be asked. We've got to process through this information. So if you have a wondering, we're happy to wonder with you and to talk it through. As well, if you don't feel very comfortable, you're more than welcome to put your questions in the chat box, and we'll keep an eye on that there too.
This is Kelly Poe. I just realized that I'm trying to track things down on the wrong form, so I've reprinted the new one that Teresa sent out. So I apologize for just a hesitation here.
It's quite all right. Thank you for letting us know.
And this is Tisha. I have a conflict for this one, so I specifically don't have any questions for this turn.
Thank you, Tisha.
That's a good conflict to have. You are connected to your community.
That's right.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say it, but they're lovely people. So.
Okay, I'm going to go.
I'll go through one. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go through, Michael.
Okay, great. This is our friends at Southern Oregon Child and Family Council. They serve the counties of Jackson and Josephine. Their scoring position was 15. They're requesting services for next year for 564 families, which is a lot of great folks. You can see their application scores for the base, for the extended duration, and for the prenatal to 3. For their new services, we propose both of their components in the first tier, the 107 new extended duration slots and the 9 new prenatal to 3 slots. They have a classroom ready for their toddler plan. They want to serve toddlers in this classroom. I just lost my connection, but I'm sure I have it in my head. And then for their 107 extended duration slots, they have the facilities in hand. They've got a great staffing plan, very clearly a ready plan, and they have a written agreement with their partner in Jackson County to serve OPK kids. They have a geographic agreement with OCDC services in Jackson County, where Southern Oregon serves all of Jackson County except for one zip code that OCDC serves, and they serve all of Josephine County. And that agreement is in place, and they provided a copy of it, and that's why we steered them that way.
Does the committee have any questions or comments about this particular application? Again, we can also, like Lindsay offered, to use the chat box as well to provide your questions or comments.
With that pause, this is Kelly Taylor. Would you like me to go ahead and go over that review committee recommendation?
Yes, thank you very much, Kelly.
All right.
Great timing.
So for South Coast Head Start, we're going to the next one, which is Southern Oregon Child and Family Council Incorporated. The rationale for modifying score, there was no change. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of. And there is no additional information requested and or received from the applicant.
So this is Michael. Just one thing on process. I think, Kelly, what the committee wants the director to know is actually what we're talking about. So we haven't decided that yet, or they haven't decided that yet. It's good to know that there's no additional information, but I think that little part about what the review committee wants the director to know is actually what's under discussion right now. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I would just need to have the review committee let me know if they would want any comments in there.
Thanks for that, Michael. I would like to also check in now. Doesn't seem that there were any questions or comments. And again, we can always come back to this if we need. I would like to move now to ask the committee if they have any revisions, objections that they would like to share. And in addition to, I want to just reiterate what Gwen had mentioned in our last review. If you have any thoughts or comments for Director Miriam Calderon as well, just please feel free to speak them now. So I have not heard any comments, any questions, no revision or objections, pardon me. So it looks like, it seems like it's a good time to move on to the next application. I'd also like to ask the committee to just let me know if we're moving too fast as far as the pace goes, if we need to slow down at all as well.
This is Kelly Poe. I just want to say that I understand that when we're done with all of the applications through this process, we'll go back again and look at all of them together. So this isn't our last time of talking about the applications.
Correct.
Kelly, this is Gwen. Yeah, this is making sure that all review committee members are very familiar with each of the applications based on the information that the Early Learning Division has prepared, and wanting to make sure that you have the opportunity to ask any questions about the applications prior to the end when you'll be looking at them all together as a package.
This is Kelly Poe. I appreciate that. I think the process is going well. Thank you.
For me not being able to find things, I need longer names here. So I'm trying to go. So I'm looking, I think, for Oregon Child Development Coalition. Is that the next one up? So let me see. These are alphabetical. That's now here. And then, sorry for my.
I'm helping you look. I'm trying to see if I can find it too. There you go.
Okay. There we go. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. And for Oregon Child Development Coalition, we should explain that they have.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. No, I remember now. Sorry.
Oregon Child Development Coalition is a migrant seasonal grantee with the federal government, and they have they cover the gamut of the state. So if you look at this, is going to look different than the other ones in that they have separate requests for each county in which they have requested to operate. And so we are going to pull their same committee report for each county which we go through. So Gwen, if you want to just scroll down to Jackson County, then that will be the information we need for this particular county. So Michael, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, I can.
Okay.
Yeah. So OCDC in Jackson County, as I mentioned before, they serve one zip code by agreement with Southern Oregon. And Gwen, oh, there we go. Yeah, Jackson's on the second page. And they are requesting.
There on my computer.
Yep.
Is it not showing up? Okay.
Yep. And they are requesting 60 extended duration slots. They currently have 60 part-day slots, and they want to convert them all to extended duration. And as you know from your experience and from sector plans, we know we have a really strong desire by our parents to have longer hours for their children. So, and Lindsay and I have had the pleasure of visiting them in their site at Jackson. It's a beautiful school building that they operate in. They have some minor improvements underway. So they're not yet ready, but they likely will be. They're on track. They control the building. I can't remember exactly what the arrangement is, but it's their building, and they're converting their classrooms that they already serve children in to extended day. So no concerns there about the readiness. And then they have the slots that they're proposing for the 16 slots for prenatal to 3 in the same building. They're ready to serve in their service area. We put both of their requests in the top tier. I should say we propose putting their requests in the top tier.
I have a comment about the site. We toured this site with the Policy Council and for our Head Start, just to see the other local facilities, and it is really, really a nice facility. So aside from the comments that are on here, I would say personally I've seen it and it is very nice.
Yeah, it's cool. Yes, thank you for that.
Michael, can I add also that they currently are not serving any prenatal to 3 in that building, so giving this requested 2 classrooms would allow them to have infant toddler care at their site where they haven't previously had that yet.
I just want to say one thing, kind of an aside. You know, we made these notes for every applicant. We had the pleasure of reviewing all these applications, and we can tell people put their heart and soul into their applications. So just because we're making some quick notes about readiness, we're not trying to summarize their application. We're not even trying to do much more than just sort of remind ourselves why we got to this place with the applicant. And whatever we're saying is very, very brief and succinct here because we need to move through 30 applications. But I just want to say, you know, like your comment about the facilities, all these applications were inspiring. They all moved us. They all got us excited about services. So please remember that these little notes that we make are very specific about it for a very specific purpose and aren't trying to capture what we think about the application or the grantee.
Thank you for that information, Michael. Are there any other questions or comments at this time about this application? All right, I think since there are no questions or comments at this time, Kelly, would you be able to read back the brief description and the question that was asked?
Of course. So the OPK Review Committee recommendation for Oregon Child Development Coalition of Jackson County. There is no score there's no change in the score, so there's no rationale for modifying it. The specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware. As of right now, we have the site as a very nice facility. Any additional information requested and or received from the applicant? No.
Thank you, Kelly. Now at this time, does the committee have any revisions or any objections to this application? Or any thoughts or extra information you'd like to share with Director Calderon? I just want to make sure I just heard just a glimmer of a voice, and I want to make sure everybody's heard. I'm going to double check one more time. Any revisions, objections, or additional information to be shared with Director Calderon at this time for this application? Okay, I don't hear or see any responses at this time. So I think we'll be able to move on to our next application to review.
And Lindsay or Michael, which one am I moving to next, please?
We're headed over the mountains to visit our friends in Klamath. I'm the Family Head Start and OCDC Klamath.
Okay, and you're set to go.
Would you like me to go over this one? I can take it. So this is Klamath Family Head Start. They are Region 10 and OPK grantee. Their scoring position is at 24. The slots that they have requested in total is 249. Their base score was a 113. Extended duration score is 29. And their prenatal to 3 score is 45. They have requested 16 extended duration slots and 32 prenatal to 3 slots, both in Tier 1, which tells us that those prenatal to 3 slots are center-based slots. And the 16 duration slots, it tells us that they are ready. The notes say that they have facilities in hand for extended duration. They have lease agreements and blueprints ready for a remodel for prenatal to 3. Does somebody have something they wanted to add?
This is Kelly Poe. I have a question.
Yes, Kelly, please.
So I'm looking at the map that their service area, and it includes Lakeview. Lakeview, I don't think is in Klamath County. So can that be explained?
Yeah. So because they are a federal program as well, they have a notice of award. So their notice of award would be part of Klamath County, and then whichever areas, excuse me, whichever areas outside of that county, which are neighboring, that they have gotten an award for through the Region 10 Office of Head Start. So that would be in combination with their counties. So some of it's a very interesting thing, and you'll see it. But we will have service area agreements, and we'll have maps, and we'll have notice of award. And some folks have one county, and that's their service area. Some folks have 4 counties, and they have bits and pieces of some of those. And then some counties have 4 providers, and then they have maps. So for Klamath County, it includes Lakeview, and they have a service area agreement with Oregon Child Development Coalition, which provides some very clear boundaries as to who and where they can serve. So in that service area agreement, there are a list of Klamath Family Head Start has a list of folks or areas they're able to serve, and they take all of the Head Start eligible children and give their overflow to Oregon Child Development Coalition, who also seeks to serve migrant, seasonal, and dual language children in Klamath County. So because they are the established provider in that county, they have multiple regions in which the county, as well as Lakeview. I hope that made it clear and not more confusing.
I think that's just as clear as any other federal program.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions?
So this is Kelly Poe again, sorry. So are any of these extended duration or these prenatal to 3-year-old slots in Lakeview?
That's a good question. I can pull up their application, and I believe that they are. So when I'll pull it up so that I can speak, or Michael, if you have better access. See, I'm looking at all of them, and it's a little bit tricky with the acronyms, huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, so Oh, I'm the wrong thing.
And while you're looking, this is Kelly Poe again. While you're looking, is it possible to find out, is there a service agreement needed for Lake County, or is Lake County covered by another Head Start program?
They're not the only folks in their area who they need to have a service area agreement with is Oregon Child Development Coalition. The two of them are the only providers, only Head Start providers in that entire region of the state. So I do know that off the top of my head. Let me see. I'm reading. I have their application up, and I am reading to find the Lakeview reference.
Thank you, Lindsay. We know there's a lot of documents to kind of pull through there, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Totally fine.
So yeah, they say their expansion plan is they're moving 8 early Head Start slots to the Merrill Center. Merrill is listed in their agreement. Lakeview Center, 8 early Head Start slots and 20 preschool promise slots. Their Town and Country Center will have 16 early Head Start, 16 duration. They're existing, and their total new are 16 and 32. Lakeview Center is applying for 20 preschool promise slots, not Head Start slots. And the preschool promise money will be blended with Head Start. And so this will meet the needs of rising wages in Lakeview. So that's for preschool promise. And it looks like they will have 1 early Head Start, 1 extended duration in Lakeview. So let me see if I can pull up their supporting documents.
And I have one other question about Lake County. Is anybody, so that Lake County is, you know, kind of a split county. So is anybody serving Christmas Valley or the north end of Lake County? Is that also in their service region?
That's a really good question. I'm looking at their notice of award now, and I'm going to make it bigger because that is a lot of really tiny information.
I guess I'm just asking about Lake County. It's just a huge county, and I'm not seeing a lot of services, and I don't know enough about it to know. If I already knew, I wouldn't be asking.
No, and that's great. I think, you know, when we're looking at it, you know, Oregon is a child care desert, right? And even more so for infant toddler care. And I think keeping that in mind, making sure that we're you know, adequately covering the state is a good lens to hold. So so please keep it up.
Yeah, and Lindsay, while you're looking that up, this is when I pulled up the sector plan for this area, and it does say in the top priorities, children and families living in areas of geographic isolation, including experiencing poverty. And the regions that were identified in their sector plan were Lake County, Klamath County outside of Klamath Falls, and outside of like Douglas County and Roseburg. This is for the South Central Oregon Early Learning Hub that covers Douglas, Klamath, and Lake counties. So this is one of their priority areas, is outside of Klamath Falls and into Lake County. And then the family preferences were trusted staff, the children and families so secure that children will be well cared for, looking for transportation and access to local services. So the need for care is in close proximity where families live. So I hope Kelly got that out. Some too. So it is a priority for this community to be, you know, increasing services in the Lake County area. But like I said, I'm not sure, it doesn't indicate on the sector plan whether it's Christmas Valley or the Lakeview area.
I think it's interesting that the OPK Klamath Family Head Start is listed as Klamath County and not Klamath and Lake counties. Just, I think that's interesting. I think it looks like Lake County doesn't have a Head Start what it looks like. But that's not true because Klamath is serving them. So
Yeah. I'm struggling to find exactly the place on their federal award, but I think that's really good if we can keep a note of that to make sure that they're, it looks like they are looking to fill the need in doing early Head Start, and Preschool Promise in Lakeview. It looks like they're trying to fill the need for birth to 5 programming for 0 to 200%, which is hopefully that's a good plan. I can keep looking, but if we want to, if there are any other questions or if folks want to think about any other review.
is it okay? This is Kelly Poe. So is it okay to ask the question to ask about North Lake County children? Is it all right to ask that? I'm not. I absolutely think they should be awarded, and given all of these slots, and I'd like to see more. So I'm not trying to be oppositional. I think I'm trying to be just a question.
Yeah, Kelly, this is Gwen. I think what I'm hearing is that, and I'm sure Kelly Taylor is capturing this, is that maybe on this is a draft review committee report. So maybe a recommendation is to add Lake County onto the county served, and then some of your comments around Jaime, what you just stated. So I'm hoping that Kelly Taylor captured that for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that Miriam can see.
This is Michael.
Your comments and
I believe that Klamath Family Head Start does see themselves as the provider in Lake County, and some of our documents reflect that. I don't know that it got captured on this particular document, but as you can see for their plan for Lakeview, they do go into the county and see themselves as the provider.
My question is really more around North Lake County, in addition to adding the Lake County to their service region, but also calling out that Lakeview is one community in the southern part, and I would like to just have a question around the Christmas Valley area in North County.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a pretty high-risk area.
And are there any additional questions or comments for this application from the committee?
Team, I'm sorry, I have to step away. My daughter is throwing up, so I apologize. I'll be back when I can.
Okay. So it seems that I haven't heard any questions or comments, any additional ones at this time. I haven't seen any on our chats. Kelly Taylor, would you mind just reading back the review of that last application, please?
Of course. So this is Kelly Taylor and the OPK Review Committee recommendation for Klamath Family Head Start. There is no change on modifying the score. Specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware. I put that there was the mapping service area agreements are in relation to the federal award. Any information requested and or received from the applicant? No. I have under review committee comments, questions, recommendations. A recommendation is to add Lake County to the county served, and a question is who is serving North Lake County.
Thank you, Kelly. And at this time, I'd like to ask the committee if there are any requests for revisions or if there are any objections to this application. Okay, and at this time, I have not seen or heard any comments for the revisions or objections. And at this time, I'd like to talk to the committee about lunch. We have lunch scheduled for 12:30. It is now 12:40. I would like to request that we take a lunch for 30 minutes. But again, I would like to have the approval also of the committee before we take our next steps. So at this time, I'd like to know if right now is a good time for the committee to have lunch. Again, that would be 30 minutes, and then we'll return to reviewing applications. Okay, I see. Oh my goodness, I did not realize that, Kelly. So yes, different time zones. So some people are an hour hungrier than others.
I like to think of it as an hour older.
So I'm getting responses that this is a good time to take lunch. So I would like to request from the committee that we break now for lunch. It is now 12:41. I think I would like to push it out again one more minute to 12:42. So if we could return back to our meeting at 1:02. That would be our lunch break. I also want to thank everybody for getting to this point of our committee review. I know it's been challenging for many reasons, and I appreciate the focus that everybody has been able to maintain while getting this important work done. So if that's okay with the committee, we can break.
Can we get until 12?
I'm sorry? Can you repeat the question?
Can I please break until 1:12 rather than 1:02? Isn't that a half hour?
Yes. I will
Okay,
go
good.
ahead and grant that for Michael and then grant it for the rest of the committee as well. Looks like math isn't my best subject either. So again, for clarity, we'll come back at 1:12.
Thank you all. See you in a little bit.
Do we
Enjoy
need
your
to
break.
log off? Do we need to log off or can we just stay
great
on?
question.
You can just stay on.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then
So
Kelly,
you have your choice.
Taylor, if you, oh, go ahead. Sorry, Dominic.
So I was just repeating that information. You have your choice of either logging off right now and rejoining us right before lunch, or you can just stay logged in.
And Kelly, thank you for pausing the recording while we're on lunch. Thank you, Dominic.
Okay, so it's now 1:13. Everybody's back, or getting back. We have started the recording already. We can get right back into reviewing our applications. I would like to address just our time, and I want to do our best to stay focused on working as efficiently as possible so that we can get through all of our applications and that all applications get the time that's deserved. So I may be cutting down some of the response time a little bit more and just pushing us through each application just in an efficient manner, but not in a way where we're likely to skip over or miss details. The last application that we had looked over was the Klamath Family Head Start, and we had no changes with that. So we can move to the next one. Let's see.
Thank you, Dominic. And I think Lindsay and Michael, I pulled up OCDCs for Klamath. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And their Klamath proposal is here at the, right at the bottom of this first page. So Michael or Lindsay, you can take it away.
Sure, I think Michael's still struggling a little bit with his internet connection at home, so I will read this over. So in Klamath County, as we had stated before, there is another service provider who covers almost the entire county with some exceptions. OCDC has portions of Klamath County. They're requesting 40 extended duration slots in Tier 1. They're also requesting 40 extended duration slots and 32 prenatal to 3 slots in Tier 3. The 40 extended duration slots that are in Tier 1 are in their current service area with facilities that are ready to go. The 40 extended duration slots and 32 prenatal to 3 slots that are in Tier 3 are in a portion of the area that has not yet, they do not have service area agreements for for 2 of their specific locations, specifically Malin, which is on the service area coordination agreement stated to be Klamath Family Head Start, and the Klamath Family Head Start currently has a facility in that area, which they are looking to expand their services. The notes say facilities are ready, but service area coordination agreements are not in place for proposed new service areas, and they lack evidence of a community partnership with the tribe in Chiloquin. We'll just let you guys look over that, and then if you have questions, we can talk through. It's the first time that we have Tier 3 slots for lack of documentation, so happy to talk that over.
This is Kelly Poe. My question is on the Appendix A review sheet. We really can't go by that sheet numbers as much as we can by this each county. Is that true for OCDC? I shouldn't even refer to this sheet because it's too generalized.
Yes, yeah. For OCDC, the reason we're pulling parts of their application is specifically to look at that regional setting and placement. And yeah, that's correct. I'd say for OCDC, this community review report or the beginning of their application, the very beginning portion of their application, I think it's the very beginning sections of Section 3, they have placed per county their what they're proposing, and they also say new or proposed service area. And the new or proposed service area would be a place where we would check in. That would be a flag for us to then we would look at all of the other providers, the Head Starts that are currently serving any new or proposed service area for any grantee, to look and see if there are gaps in services, or if there's a service area coordination agreement that we currently have that separates that area by grantee.
So this is Kelly Poe again, and I'm not an Head Start expert by any means, but I noticed that in their application under Klamath Falls, under the Klamath County, I should say, it says that 91% of eligible children age birth to 2 do not have access to childcare, which sounds to me like there is a reason why they're overlapping in Klamath County. And I wonder, what do we do? What does this review committee do with this information where there's not service agreements and there's 2 providers seeking to serve communities that are in extremely high need? I don't know what to do. It seems to me that your review says it all, that we have 72 slots for children in Tier 3. I don't know what to do with that.
Those are really great questions. The first thing that we did in looking at that was looking to see if folks were proposing to serve the same specific area, and I think Malin is a good example of that. So we have Klamath Family Head Start, who is proposing to serve kids in Malin, and we have OCDC, who is saying that they would like to serve kids in Malin. And in that case, we would generally go with the established provider who has already, through the federal government, been given the notice of award to serve that area. And we would look at the current service area agreement. So if we were choosing between the two, it would then, the default would be to go to the current service provider who has the established service area. And then we would look to see if they would be able to create an agreement in order to operate in the same way. Or we would hope that we would look back at the service area agreement and say we would like you to each stay within your current service areas and serve within those areas. We do not have any gaps of service with regards to we generally have the entire state is covered in service area. So we lean heavy on trying to not allow for supplanting or overlapping in that way, along with trying to support folks in having really good, solid agreements so that we don't have dips in service that could be brought up by collaboration.
So this is Kelly Poe, and this will be my final comment on this, because this is my biggest concern here is when you have two organizations that by the time that this application was submitted, they weren't able to have that service agreement in place for this application. It just makes me really sad that children are, that we see such a large need and we see two organizations willing to serve, and we have to go with the status quo. So I don't know. I think your scoring says it all. It's a tier 3. They didn't get the work done that they needed to for their application, and I'd go along with that. But I would like to highlight possibly, I don't know if it's to Miriam or to whatever it is. I suppose it is to Miriam to say, as a state, we need to work with these Head Start programs to create agreements so all children are served instead of getting hung up on lines and territories. I'll be quiet now. I'm not sure what else to say.
We really appreciate your comments, Kelly. Thank you. I just want to continue to encourage you to continue to bring all of this stuff up, because this is the conversation that we need to be having in order to make good recommendations. So thank you.
This is Gwen. If I could add to that just for a second. I think for the review committee, this is exactly what we're hoping to capture from all of you is information from your expertise and kind of role in community. The ELD, we put together these kind of, this proposal, like here are some considerations we look at. But Kelly, to your point, and the whole review committee, like you say, we understand that the ELD staff, you were looking at, like, can this grantee be operational come September? That was what we were asked to do by the legislature, was have these services in. But if at any time you think that these tiering or that it needs additional clarification, let us know. Like, you have the ability to move someone, like something from one tier to the other tier, and provide us with, kind of that rationale for it. So we really want you to feel like this is your place where your voice comes into these documents before it's put into the recommendation that goes to Miriam. So Kelly, you said you're fine with it staying in tier 3, but if you do want to make sure we capture all those comments, just let us know, and other committee members as well.
Can we request that that be a priority to work on to get those service agreements in place? We just shouldn't be okay with 91% of children who are eligible not having access. Just not okay with that.
This is Michael. I really appreciate the comment. And in this case, there is a service area agreement in place, and there's a proposal to serve outside of it. So that's even a trickier situation for us to try to reconcile, which is a grantee has submitted an agreement which says, here's where the other person is going to serve, and then it's proposing to serve there. And up in the future, soon, we'll be looking at another situations where people don't actually have agreement. So, and Kelly, just to reemphasize, it comes from statute that these programs cannot overlap. So it's a pretty high card to be played on this. We have lots of great examples of grantees creating agreements where they share the area, they refer each other. So it's, you know, it's not just our preference. It's, well, what system are we supposed to be implementing together?
So this is Sarah. So my question is since you know the communities well, I mean, I would assume, and I don't know because I don't know how they all work, that it would not be hard if both parties were willing to put together a proposed letter of agreement fairly quickly. I mean, to me, it doesn't sound like that's going to take a lot of time unless you know that these two these two programs don't work well together.
So let's, I want to be really clear. We've got a very clear agreement between these two communities, and they have worked together to establish priorities for each organization and who will serve the children so that the entire county and region is covered, but that each organization is moving in a direction of their biggest strength. So for OCDC, that's Migrant Seasonal Head Start and serving children with dual language needs, and they have they have joint planning, they have responsibilities for each program, and they have specific boundaries that they're each to be staying within. And for Klamath Family, that is a federally mandated service area. And their Exhibit A says for Klamath Family, we'll serve Malin, Merrill, Bonanza, and Klamath Falls. First priority is overflow to OCDC. So who they cannot serve, they would give overflow to OCDC. OCDC of Klamath County has Chiloquin, Gilchrist, Klamath Falls priority for dual language and seasonal or agricultural workers, and then the overflow from Klamath Family Head Start. So I think what we're trying to highlight is that with the existing agreement, this organization has proposed to serve outside of that existing agreement in Malin County and also at a new place in Klamath Community College, which is not currently within that agreement. So there's two things. So there's one area that's not part of the agreement currently, and one area that is outside of the agreement. And because we have that statute saying that we cannot overlap services or supplant federal services with Oregon pre-kindergarten services, we would not be allowed to grant the proposal for serving in Malin specifically. And we may be able to work out an agreement between the two for Klamath Community College, which is not part of the current agreement. Did I say that correctly, team?
About right to me.
Yes, I think so. And what I think what I'm hearing from the review committee is sort of that to make sure we capture that the priority is services to children and families, and that if there's any way in which the early learning division can support like removing any of the barriers to services when we have willing and able applicants, and that would be something to move for Miriam to, for us to capture in the notes and to move into sort of the committee thoughts and comments.
And this is Sarah. Do they already have an agreement or a understanding with the community college? Is it a new program going in?
Yes, so the Community College Oregon Child Development Coalition is proposing to serve at Klamath Community College, and that does not appear in the service area agreement as of now. And so we would have work to do there in order for them to be able to serve there. They would need an agreement from Klamath Family Head Start in order to do that.
Thank you. this is Sarah, since we're taking that pause. Do you think that that would be something that would be doable in the time frame to have them be ready by September? And if so, you know, I would think I could maybe make a recommendation to move it to a tier 2, or do we know that that's going to take a longer time to get everybody around the table and they would not be ready to go in September?
I am unsure how to answer that question. We at the Early Learning Division would love to be as supportive as possible to all programs serving, and also they've had many months to get these agreements in place. So I think we would do what we could to provide an opportunity for them to give that to us if we felt that that needed to happen. However, we have tried to request information from folks, and when we requested the information from Oregon Child Development Coalition, we did not receive anything back that would lead us to believe that they were working towards getting that agreement.
This is Michael. I think the other issue would be the timing. So you're right, we would want services in place by September, but the award decisions have to be made June 5th. You know, nothing around the tier 3. You know, there are a number of tier 3 applicants. I think that you know, it's possible to consider provisionally awarding depending on what things come together. I think just in terms of priorities for you know, for putting parts of applications in different buckets, that it made sense to us to say that proposals that had all their ducks in a row, that had you know, sort of figured out what they needed to figure out in advance of the application, were of a different sort than parts of applications that didn't have all that stuff in place. Again, it's not there's no moral finger wagging. It's just sort of characterizing the readiness of different parts of different applications.
Yep. Yes. Thank you.
So we should probably get moving. Do we have, I'll give one more question or one more opportunity for questions. And we're going to move through more situations similar to this. So we'll be answering questions around situations like this more than now as well.
So if there's no more comments or questions, I just want to ask if anybody has any revisions or objections with this particular application. Okay. I don't see any comments on the chat, or I'm not hearing any other additional comments, so I think we can move on to the next application.
Dominic, do you want Kelly Taylor to read back some of to make sure we capture that before we move on, or
yeah.
are you ready?
Yeah, I do, Gwen. Thank you for the reminder. My mistake.
Oh, no problem. We're back in on our first one. There was a lot of good conversation, so I just want to make sure that we've captured what the review committee would like us to move forward to mirroring. So Kelly Taylor, if you're available on that.
I agree.
Yes, I am. So for Oregon Child Development Coalition of Klamath, there is no change for the modifying score. The specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of is, as a state, we need to work with START programs to ensure all children are served with accurate service area agreements in effect. Any additional information requested and or received from the applicant? Yes, we did request additional information, but we did not receive any information that indicated a completed service area agreement. For review committee comments, questions, changes, rejections, to request a service area agreement in place. Klamath Community College does not appear in the service area agreement. However, Mullen is included in the new service area agreement, and there are no revisions or objections.
Thank you, Kelly. And who is our next application?
Yeah, I will need help knowing who to go to.
Well, I put it in the chat box, but my internet is so funky. It's Harney County.
Yeah.
Harney County.
It's which one,
Thank
Michael?
you.
Harney County, EST.
Okay.
Harney EST.
Yep. Yeah, and I checked in the chat box. I didn't see it. So
Sorry,
yeah, and I
I
couldn't find. Yeah, no, that's okay. Where am I here? Let's see. Harney. I need to know
While
my
you pull it up,
alphabet.
I'll just say that Harney, we really
Okay.
appreciate people's comments and concerns. And as we kind of tried to say at the beginning, you know, some of these are easier and some of these are more challenging. And we feel the tensions between sort of different priorities and principles. So for Harney County, which serves Harney County EST, they are requesting 20 extended duration slots. So they are moving 20 of their slots to extended duration, and they are able to show that they're pretty ready to go. Lindsay, can you help me? Because I just lost everything, which is great.
I can pick up from there. You go ahead.
It's not up. It's not up on the screen. Are we?
Oh,
that's okay. I mean, I could speak from my mind, from what I remember. So Harney County is requesting 20 extended duration slots, and they have a scoring position of 22. They have a total request of 60. Harney County is, you know, it's a frontier county, so they are kind of the only game in town when it comes to providing child or center-based care, and they have. Not in this application, but they serve 12 locally designed option home-based slots for Head Start, which is interesting. It's how they meet community need in such a rural space. So the spots that they're applying for in this application are 20 extended duration slots with no competing folks and a definite need in their area.
Are there any questions or comments about the Harney County ESD application at this time? If there are no questions or comments, well, I thought I heard a voice. Is that a question? I just want to make sure. I don't want to move too quickly. Okay, great. Okay. And Kelly Taylor, do you mind just reading back the review at this time?
Of course. So our OPK Review Committee recommendation for Harney ESD, there is no change on the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware, and there was no additional information requested and or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. And at this time, are there any revisions or objections to the Harney County ESD? Okay. I think we've spoken loud and clear, so we can move on to our next application.
And early learning team, if you could let me know which one I'm heading to next. I was trying to figure out if I'm going to North Central or where am I headed?
No, we're going to keep going all the way out. Stop right before you get to Idaho in Malheur County.
Okay.
Which one? CCDC or CCDC?
Malheur County Child Development Center.
Okay, I will get there. No, if I could. I am mid-Willamette. Okay, I'm getting close. Thank you. No. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Okay. If you can start, I will try to make this full screen soon. For some reason, I might not have grabbed the right one here, so go right ahead.
I can start. So in Malheur County, they also have been kind of the only person around for a while, and they are requesting 75 slots. All of those slots, they are moving all of their slots to extended duration slots to meet their community need, and they're also requesting some new prenatal to 3 center-based slots. They have capacity to serve. All of them are in Tier 1 because they already have facilities and staff ready. Being that they are converting all of their half-day slots into duration slots, they are using current classrooms as well as utilizing classrooms within some of the school districts or in one of the school districts. So they have early Head Start with Region 10, so they have experience serving infants and toddlers, as well as doing duration. They need some minor construction and playground improvements to, I believe, make things infant toddler specific.
Any questions or comments at this time?
This is Kelly Poe. Kelly Poe. So I'm Malheur, Yolanda too. And there is another service provider in the area, and it's OCDC, and I'm sure we'll talk about them in just a moment. They're not the only one that serves Malheur County.
Right. OCDC currently has a Region 12 migrant seasonal Head Start in Malheur County, but they do not have Oregon PreKindergarten with us in Malheur County yet.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. You're right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing any other questions or comments at this time. So if we, Kelly Taylor, do you mind just reading the review, please, of Malheur County?
Yes, so from Malheur County, there is no change for modifying scores. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the learning systems director to be aware. There is no additional information requested or received from the applicant. And then on the review committee comments, we have OCDC serves Region 12 seasonal migrant Head Start in Malheur County, but there's no OPK. Is that correct, Lindsay?
Yes, but just that OCDC doesn't have OPK. Yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. So for the Malheur County application, the CDC application, is there any revisions or objections? So I'm scanning the screens. I'm not seeing, or hearing any further comments and in the chat box. So I think we can move on to our next application.
And our next application is OCDC Malheur County.
And I pulled it up on the screen. So Lindsay, I'm not sure if Michael's able to see it yet. So I don't know if you want to take that.
Sure. So this is the OCDC has proposed to serve new Oregon pre-kindergarten slots in Malheur County. They currently serve migrant seasonal, but do not have any Oregon pre-kindergarten or prenatal to 3 slots in this county. They have facilities that are ready, although they do not have a current boundary. They do not have a current service area agreement with Malheur County Child Development Center. The map that they submitted does conflict with the federal notice of award for Malheur County Child Development Center. And with the additional information, they said they were unable to attain an agreement with Malheur County Child Development Center. One inconsistency that we found was that Malheur Child Development Center, Malheur County Child Development Center has stated that they have services in NISA, although Oregon Child Development Coalition says that there are no in NISA and are proposing to serve there. So again, with the statute of not overlapping or supplanting, we had to put those 32 prenatal to 3 slots being proposed for Malheur County from OCDC into that Tier 3 section.
So this is Kelly Poe. I mean, I don't know what kind of information that you would want to share here. I think everything you've said is true, Lindsay. You've kind of nailed it, and you've said what they say on both sides, what MCCDC and what OCDC says. MCCDC has 3 locations, 2 in Ontario and 1 in Vail. They own their own buildings, and they have full programs. And they bus their children. They used to be in the school in NISA, and they moved out of the school, and now they bus their children from NISA to Ontario. And I think that that's where the conflicting story is. So I think they're both right. NISA serves NISA kids, and OCDC can say that MCCDC does not have a program in NISA. So it's kind of the same conversation we had about Klamath.
It is, and I think the tricky thing here is just we have to honor good agreements, and if we can facilitate creating an agreement and developing a partnership between programs so that all children can be served, the ELD is very committed to doing that. And we're also we have to maintain the statute. So that being said, it gets a little bit tricky in these situations. Yeah.
Yeah. This is Kelly Poe again. The only comment that I'd add, the hopeful comment I have, is that my hope is that the new role of coordinated enrollment, hopefully that's going to iron out and really build some bridges. That's my hope.
Yes. Yeah. It's our hope.
It needs to be about
too.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions or comments for this application? Okay. So I will request now, Kelly Taylor, if you could just read the review from this application.
I am so sorry.
When you're ready.
I had my daughter walk in. Give me one moment.
Take the time that you need.
So for OCDC, I'm so sorry about that. For OCDC Malheur County, there was no change in the modifying scores. Specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware. There was no service area agreement with Malheur CDC. There was no any additional information requested or received from the applicant. And one comment is that the new role of coordinated enrollment will hopefully build bridges.
Thank you,
So
Kelly.
this is Kelly Poe. Could I change? I know that's what I said. I don't want to build bridges. I do want to build bridges, but I think the bridges are there. I just think that the coordinated enrollment is going to help things run smoother. They have bridges. I don't want it to come across. I don't want our notes to say that MCCDC and OCDC are not talking. They talk. They do exist in the same county and serve kids. I don't want it to sound like they don't. I hope that coordinated enrollment, what's the right word, Gwen? Come on, help me. I hope that coordinated enrollment.
That they want to work together, and because they are being working together, they needed only a little more communication between them, Kelly. They are working, but they needed more effort to build better services and serve all the kiddos in Malheur County.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you, Yolanda.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that being said, are there any revisions or objections to this application? Okay, I see nothing in the chat box and visually nothing, nobody seems to be motioning, so it looks like we're ready for our next application.
That's Eastern Oregon University Head Start. Eastern Oregon University Head Start is located at Eastern Oregon University. It's a good name for the program. And they are requesting, they have a really fascinating, complicated and ambitious plan to increase services in their area. And that includes requesting funds to serve 45 children in extended duration, and to serve 40 infant toddlers in our prenatal to 3. And they're requesting funds to serve preschool promise, and their application connects with each other, those different components, even the component that's outside of our scope today. So, so that's a little bit about their, you know, their hopes and dreams, which are big. They are requesting those 40 home-based slots, and they've got space to do socialization for them. It's also important to point out, I think, when we did our review, that they would be among the few providers of any kind of prenatal to 3 early learning experiences. So while we recognize that home base in some ways is less desirable for parents in some situations, this is a really good example, I think, of how we're not saying that that's not a good thing, and we're just noting that it's not a center-based plan. But the leadership at that grantee is very ambitious about expanding services to children and families. So their long-term plan is to move some of those home-based slots into center-based. They just have to work on facilities, which is a challenge for us all over the state. For their extended duration plan, they've got a high degree of readiness. They've got a lot of great planning. And as I mentioned before, they've connected their proposal for OPK extended duration with their proposal for preschool promise, and they've got some very interested ways that those two proposals kind of feed on each other and support each other. So.
Hey, Michael, it looks like we missed filling out the tiers on this one. Do you have the information?
It sure does. That's our mistake. Thank you for, I'm really sorry, committee, that we missed it. So the 45, The extended duration slots, there's 45 of them, and they're in tier 1. They're ready to go. And the he says, and then I had it and I lost it. Eastern Oregon, 40 home-based. We see those as tier 2. We would suggest they be placed there right now. And apologize to the committee for missing that one.
Michael, this is one. I'm typing into the chat box. So how many home base?
40.
40 home base at tier 2?
Correct.
Okay. And then I had the 45 extended duration at tier 1.
Correct.
Okay. It's in the chat box for everyone.
Sorry, team.
Michael, this is Kelly Poe. Can you tell me the difference between what's Baker and what's Union County in the in those slots, the 45 and the 40? Is that easy to say? And if not, it's okay.
I think we have that information somewhere. It might take us a minute to find it, though.
But they do cover both counties well. That's what I'm wondering.
I have the information. This is Teresa. I just happen to have that spreadsheet up. Hold on just a second. So you want to know, and Robert was great at providing me with an update when we had some questions. So Union County, I see, let me double check this. Oh, I need to double check a couple things because I have 2 different providers in Union County. In Baker County, we have 10 prenatal to 3, 45 extended duration. So I would say the remaining is going over into Union County.
Okay, cool. Thank you. This is Kelly Poe again. So Eastern Oregon University Head Start is also part of a planning committee to open a relief nursery in Baker. So there's a need and they're working really hard to fill it. So I appreciate this.
Well, they didn't even put that in their application, so thanks. That's great to know.
I think it's pretty small, pretty small. So it's a good thing.
Any other additional questions or comments for this application? Okay, I'm not seeing any activity. Kelly Taylor, do you mind reading a review of our last application, please?
Of course, and then I did have to step away just as Kelly was making that comment. So I did not get that, Kelly, and I'm sorry. I'll need you to repeat that if you would like that, the specific details. So for Eastern Oregon University, there is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the learning system director to be aware of. And there is no any additional information requested or received from the applicant.
I don't know if anything else needs to be added to that. We just had a little conversation about efforts for a relief nursery in Baker City. So, and they're part of that planning. So it's good. I don't know that the system director needs to know that for the scoring process. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay. All right. With that, I would like to check in with committee to see for this application if there are any revisions or objections. I do not see any activity or hear any activity. So it looks like we can move on to our next application.
Great, that would be our friends at Umatilla Morrow Head Start, Umatilla Morrow County Head Start.
Michael, I have it pulled up, ready to go.
Great, thank you. So how about that for a list of counties served? I believe when they talk about their program, they say we're bigger than the state of Delaware. But their application includes their scoring position was 29. Their slots requested overall 375. You can see their scores there for their different components of their application. This is a situation where we were able to sort of tease apart the readiness depending on different situations. So they're requesting 86 prenatal to 3 slots. I'm noticing, so let's just talk about the prenatal to 3 stuff first. They're requesting 86 prenatal to 3 slots. Most of them are in classrooms that will be ready. They're either ready or they're getting ready. And in their application, they said that they had 2 classrooms that were likely not to be ready by September. And so that's why we put 16 of those slots in tier 3 for not likely to be ready, not ready. That's, again, that's not a funding decision. That's just how to think about the batch of requests. And just a little editorial, part of it is we didn't think it was all that helpful to think about, what's one early Head Start or one prenatal to 3 application versus another one. I mean, you could do that, right? You could figure out some score and rank them, but it doesn't really help the people in Union County to rank their application versus some other county's application, because those services are not in competition. What we wanted to do was, I hope is helpful, is to tease apart the application to help you to think about, if you're prioritizing within an area, what are the priorities based on readiness and some other factors. So this is a really good example, I think, of not that you're making funding decisions, but we also know that funding is not guaranteed. And so this might be helpful for Director Miriam to think about which categories to fund first as you're working. They do share, they do have service area agreements with 2 other, at least, grantees. That's with Eastern Oregon and with, North Central ESD. Well, this is nap time for Teacher Michael. If you could get on your cots, we're going to have some juice boxes, and then we'll be going to nap time. Now, you might say to yourself, but Teacher Michael, there's an extended duration score, and there's not any slots listed in the priorities for extended duration. And that's because, unfortunately, we're not able to tell from their application exactly what their request is around extended duration. So we have some work, we've been working with them. We have some more work to do with them. So that's a kind of a big old asterisk, which is we just couldn't tell from the application. And don't need to go in the weeds on that. It was just some human error going on. And we don't have a way to talk about coherently what their extended duration request is. So what we're asking right now is for you to weigh in on the priorities for the prenatal to 3.
Can you say if the prenatal to 3 children, are they just scattered throughout all of those counties?
I don't have that. I don't have the details of that plan right in front of me. We could look into that.
And because of the number of counties and the overlap, I'm not sure that with my data I could give you a clean list on my data. This is Teresa again. I'd have to do a little bit of digging to get to that. I know that it's across several counties. Maybe more than several.
Yeah, that's looking at the numbers there. That's a lot of children, a lot of infants and toddlers, so I wouldn't be surprised if it spread. But Kelly, if you want that information, Teresa, are we able to tease that out and come back and by the end of this, at some point today, or is it just that it's not evident within the application that we're unable to determine that?
No, for the purposes of gathering some data for leadership, we did request some specific county information for all of our multi-county applicants. So I'm just digging to find, when I put it in the spreadsheet, of course, then it becomes aggregated with anyone else who overlaps data in that county. So I'm just going to try and find my source document for that.
Okay. So Kelly, we'll try to get a response for you. Is it okay if, I don't know, Dominic, if that impacts, if we need to wait for that, or if we can come back, or if you want to let you figure out what the course of action on this.
I have the email. So I do have the data right in front of me. And we're talking primarily about the prenatal to 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I have 32, and this may not add up exactly because this was one of the issues we had pulling this stuff, but 32 in Umatilla, 16 in Morrow, 6 in Gilliam, 8 in Union, 8 in Wallowa, nothing in Sherman, Grant, or Wheeler.
There's Head Start services in those counties, just not
yes,
early
just not
Head Start.
Okay. 3, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I don't need anything in addition. I think there's a lot of questions. I'm not sure. I don't know what to ask.
This is Gwen. I'll just add to that. This is their request from Oregon prenatal, right? So they could have an existing Region 10 federal early Head Start grant that is serving those communities, Kelly, that would not be indicated on this application for Oregon funded prenatal to 3.
That's good to know. Thanks, Gwen.
Any additional questions or comments for this application? Okay. And Kelly Taylor, can you please read back the overview of this last application?
Yes, so the review committee recommendation for Umatilla Morrow Head Start, there was no change on the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of. There is no any additional information requested or received from the applicant. And on comments, questions, it is what counties are the prenatal to 3 slots in? We have 32 in Umatilla, 16 in Morrow, 6 in Gilliam, 8 in Union, 8 in Walla Walla. Umatilla Morrow has Head Start services, but no early Head Start yet.
Thank you, Kelly. Now for this application, are there any revisions or objections? Any revisions or objections for this application? Okay, well, I'm not seeing any activity in the chat box or hearing any, so it sounds like, looks like we're ready to move on to the next application.
Next up is Mid-Columbia Children's Council.
Yep. And Mid-Columbia Children's Council serves Oregon children in 3 counties and Washington children across the river, making them our only multi-state agency. We just fund folks in Oregon, but interesting to know. Scoring position there, you can see it's 12. The slots requested are 120. You can see their application scores there. In Tier 1, they are proposing 94 extended duration slots. They've got the facilities and the staff and the licensing in place to serve 94 children in extended duration. They've got 16 center-based classrooms for infant toddlers. They're ordering materials for those classrooms, but in general, they're ready to go. Ordering materials is a normal thing, not a deal breaker at all. So we saw them as those 94 and those 16 as Tier 1 ready to go. They're also requesting funding for 10 home-based slots, and those are in Tier 2. Home-based is a great program, but we're proposing to prioritize center-based and family child care above that. So that's our little report.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions or comments about this application?
At our house, we are timing when the garbage disposal is run based on the mute button on my phone, just to give you a heads up about how we're navigating home life during the pandemic.
Well, I'm not seeing any additional comments or questions in the chat box. I'm not hearing any. So, Kelly, do you mind reading the review real quick about this application?
So for Mid-Columbia Children's Council, there is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of, and there are no any additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Great, thank you, Kelly. So at this time, are there any revisions or objections? Or objections to this application from the committee for Mid-Columbia Children's Council? Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any objections or requests for revision. Nothing in the chat, nothing that I'm hearing. So we'll move on to our next application.
Our next application is North Central ESD. North Central ESD is one of our state-only programs. They serve Sherman and Wheeler counties, and they share service areas with both Mid-Columbia and Umatilla-Morrow. And you can see their scoring position is 30. The slots they requested are 21 total. So they serve 21 children in 3 or 4 places, depending on kind of yearly where children are at. This is a very frontier grantee with 3 or 4 different facilities stretched out over a fair amount of territory. They're only applying for continuation and to improve their salaries. So there's not much to do with the application.
Any questions or comments for North Central ESD application? I don't see nothing in the chat box. I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, and then we'll do the same as we've done for the others. Kelly, Taylor, do you mind reading the review for this application as well?
Yes, so the OPK Review Committee recommendation for North Central ESD, there is no change on the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of, and there was no additional information requested and or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. At this time, are there any requests for revisions or any objections to this application? for North Central ESD. Okay, I'm not seeing any responses. I'm not hearing any. So I think we're okay to move to our next application.
Our next application is, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the next application is neighbor impact, excuse me, Michael. And I just wanted to acknowledge that Dominic, you had indicated earlier that you have an actual conflict with this applicant. So would you like me to facilitate for this application?
Yes, I would, Gwen. Thanks for checking in.
Yep, no problem. All right, thanks, Michael.
Sure, no problem. So the next application is for neighbor impact. Neighbor impact has serves Deschutes County and stretches out to Prineville as well. They have a very ambitious application. And you can see their overall scoring position was 4. They're requesting a total of 658 slots. And you can see their application scores there. So in general, a very strong application. When we get to looking in the details of their extended duration plan, they were really able to show, I think very well, the demand in the community for the slots. But like many places, they are having to work very hard to secure facilities. They have a team of people working on facilities. They have really high aspirations for their center-based and their extended duration facilities for their application. Sorry, my dog's doing a craziness here. And we're able to, to put them in the tiers that we did because the center-based slots for infant toddlers are nearly ready. They've got some work that they talked about in their application on those places. And then the extended duration center-based slots, they are working hard to get facilities, but they don't have them yet. So this is a place, I think, where our tiering is a little tricky because without more information, it's hard for us to really see which of those extended duration slots might be more in the nearly ready stage and which might be in the not really going to happen stage. And they had to turn in an application when they had to turn in an application. And when you're looking really hard as a team for facilities, even a couple weeks could make a really big difference. But we treated their application in the most loving way and just said, well, from the application, we don't know that those extended duration slots that you requested are ready, so we kind of have to put them in tier 3. But knowing the dedication and the skill of the grantee, I would almost expect that the answer might be different if we called them up right now. So I'm just offering that as information for the review committee that, we talked about this internally, that I'm not sure the tiers are enough, are really tell the whole story. And gosh, I don't think anybody would want to not get people the funding they are asking for based on out-of-date information. So again, I'm not particularly suggesting anything. I'm just trying to give you all a good sense of why these are prioritized the way we have. Thank you.
This is Kelly Poe. Can we request additional information so we can move them to the different tier? Can we do that as a committee?
Yes, Kelly, you can. And is there additional information?
We could read through their facilities readiness section as well. And, part of the trouble, as stated in their application, is that it's hard to secure facilities without knowing you have the intent for funding. So they're kind of caught in a bit of a catch-22 with some of the acquiring of facilities. But just to add that information as more information, I guess.
This is Kelly Poe again. So even if we move them up a tier, doesn't guarantee they're going to get funding in the state of financial difficulty right now. So it's going to be tough either way. But I think we should do what we can to find out what's really going on and move them up if we can.
So this is Gwen. I am kind of stepping in here for Dominic while he's had to step out of this one. So I'm going to ask the ELD team, is there more information that we can get? Should we, that we have it at our disposal, and maybe we can have some of our team members working on that? Or Michael saying, no, I just want to see, like, is this something we should move to the end to come back to this application, or is there more information that is needed that we would have to go back to the applicants themselves to get that information?
This is Michael. I mean, I think it might be a little bit of both. I think if the review committee is able to handle some ambiguity, then I think some more information requested from you might be helpful. Like, do you have any updates, or what would it take? Do you need it? You know, part of it is the timing is really tight. So if we would have had a couple of weeks to reach out to all the grantees who were working on facilities, you know, we might have been able to come up with letters of intent to fund, or some things that we've been able to do in the past that we just weren't able to do at the speed of light speed that we're going at here. So we can also just set it aside and come back and see where we're at in time. I just, you know, we just wanted to let you know why this might be a little bit of a different situation than some of the other ones.
And I think an option for the review committee is that, you know, once these go to the systems director, there's time for her to look over the recommendations from the review committee. And the review committee has the ability to ask for additional information that would help the systems director make final award decisions. So what we could, you know, what you could ask us to do is put in here that, you know, as a review committee, we're requesting this additional information to determine this. If the additional information, you know, indicates X, then our recommendation is to move them a tier. If the additional information does not provide X, then we're saying that, you know, this applicant, the tiers, you know, we're okay with the tiers where they sit. So looks like Kelly had, so review committee members, any thoughts on that?
Hi, this is Tammy Hunt. I have,
go ahead, Tammy.
I appreciate that we want to do this, but then I also look at all the other grants we've gone to that aren't have facility ready, and will we be asking the same questions of them to provide more information so we could possibly move them up on tier?
This is Kelly Poe. That's my concern as well. What I would say about this application that strikes me is how high they ranked. If we look at the number, gosh, what's that called? The scoring position. So I guess I agree in that if you ask one, you need to ask them all. I think they have a really strong application as it stands. I just wonder, I don't know.
Michael, if I could just
go ahead.
One piece of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, Kelly.
You're totally fine. Please interrupt.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that, but you know, the only other folks that we put in tier 3 around facilities is when they told us we're not going to be ready. This is not happening. So this one does seem to me a little, this is why we made a note to ourselves to talk about it, just to say, look, we don't really know what the situation is with those 96 slots. It's not like, oh, we have two classrooms where we just know we can't get the remodeling done or whatever. It's their whole plan is, when they had to turn the application, was undetermined about their facility situation. So undetermined is really determined from the application is really quite different, I think, from we know we're not going to be ready. So there's my 2 cents.
Michael, also, just to add in, the things that they did say they had ready were the contractor. They are already in communication with a contractor. They are already in communication with realtors. They are, sorry, I'm not sure what just happened there. They are also already in communication with their licensor. So where they are not, where they do not have the facilities in hand, they are poised and ready to go to find and develop those facilities.
Michael, it's Tammy again. I appreciate you saying the difference between the two, that this one does specify we are still looking, we're doing it, whereas the other one, and I'm sorry, I don't recall which one it was, just flat out said, yeah, there's no way we can do this. So I guess now I would feel comfortable going forward and asking this information from them. And as we move forward, if we have other applicants that have that same, well, we're trying to find something, we should also ask them to be fair to everybody.
This is Kelly Poe. How unreasonable or out of line would it be to ask that the extended duration slots be moved to Tier 2 at this point? Do we really not have the information to move them to Tier 2? Would we be breaking our own rules?
I agree with that.
Thank you. Who was that?
Tisha.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'd say, Kelly, that the rules are, in a sense, like the review, like this is, the ELD's job was to provide some briefings for you and summaries so that you could have these conversations and think about whether there needed to be a movement amongst tiers based on the information we provided. So this is well within the scope of the role of the review committee to make a recommendation.
Well, that's my recommendation. Let's move them to Tier 2.
All right, and I did hear Tisha say that she was also, so I'd like to hear from the other, but I'll go down my list. Tammy, your thoughts on that?
I'm fine moving them to Tier 2. I mean, obviously they've got a very strong application, and like you said, they've got everything ready to go as long as they get that okay from ODE. So I'm fine with moving it up.
Thank you, Tammy. How about Chelsea? Any thoughts on this?
I'm in agreement as well. They do have a strong application.
Thank you, Chelsea. Yolanda, are you there? Thoughts from you?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I agree with that.
And Tisha, I think did you want to state that though as I'm going down the list? Your thoughts?
Yes, I agree.
And then Kelly, I think we heard from you, but just for the record, do you agree as well?
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
And then how about Sarah?
If I agree, yeah, if I agree with reservations, with COVID-19, I mean, I'm just, it's like I agree with reservations. I'd hate to keep this money on the table. But for this process, I'll go ahead and agree.
And it's all right. It's
to agree with reservations.
Yeah, associated with reservations for us to note that in this, but and capture all that.
Because overall, and I know that, yeah, and the county is such a county that such needs it. I would hate to be the only naysayer.
it's okay to be someone who is on the other side
No,
of the line.
no, and I agree with that. I just have some concerns, what the reality of getting something done this quickly.
Mm-hmm. And this is what we're deciding, or what you're making recommendations on, our priorities for the system director to think about when she is, with the funds available, making decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So I think the recommendation from the committee is to move the extended duration to the tier 2. And I think, is there any other comment or discussion on this applicant? Not hearing any. Kelly Taylor, are you able to read back our captured notes on this one?
I am. So our OPK review committee recommendation for neighbor impact, the rationale for modifying the score is that it was a very strong application. I didn't get any other little tidbits for that. If there is any other rationale, I can go ahead and add that in. Specific details which the committee wants the public and learning systems director to be aware. The review committee has requested additional information to determine facility readiness. Depending on results, would move. I'm going to take that away because we are recommending that the proposed priorities be moved. So any additional information requested? Yes, it was requested to determine facility readiness. Review committee comments. Kelly Poe motioned to move extended duration tier 3 to tier 2. As they have a strong application. Tammy seconds, Chelsea in agreement, Yolanda in agreement, Tisha in agreement, Sarah in agreement with reservations. And so revisions is move extended duration tier 3 priority to tier 2.
Thank you, Kelly.
I have a addition to that.
Yeah, go right ahead.
This is Tisha. I think the other reason that I had also agreed that we should move it to tier 2 is that it seems to be the only one in tier 3 with the specific set of circumstances that put it there. It seems the other tier 3 candidates do not have, or no, they don't have the ability of getting the facility, or in that case. In this case, it's different that they have the intention of getting it upon approval.
Thank you, Tisha. I think Kelly, Kelly Taylor, were you able to capture that as well?
Yes, I was. Thank you, Tisha.
Thank you.
That was really well said. This is Kelly Poe saying, thank you very much for those words. Nice job.
Any other comments or revisions requested at this time on this application or this review committee report? All right, then I think we're ready to move to the next. And Dominic, it'll be glad to have you back. The conversation. All right. And Dominic, I wanted to, welcome back. Thank you. Before we move on, I was curious if you would like to do a time check. I know that we're at 2:30 now. We had originally thought we were going 9 to 4, and then thought that, wow, we might be able to get done by 3, but I wanted, so while I'm kind of getting to the next one, if you would like to talk with the committee and see what you recommend on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gwen. I agree. We should do a time check at this moment. Again, like Gwen said, it's scheduled to go till 3 o'clock today. And about how many more applications do we have to get through at this time? Do we have that information?
Team, I'm thinking it's.
This is Mike. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think we have about a dozen.
Okay, so so what it looks like is that there's that potential that we're going to go past time. And I guess what I want to check with the committee is, are you able to go past time to complete the reviewing these applications? Or is 3 o'clock the time that you will need to leave due to other commitments? I would just like to get this figured out now, just so when we get to that 3 o'clock time, we'll know how to proceed. Okay. So for me, myself, I am available to go past time today. So I'm on board for that. And I guess the other alternative would be, well, I'm not sure what the other alternative would be at this point. We'll just figure out what our needs are right now. And so I see another commitment that they can go till completed. And Yolanda can. So I'm seeing that people can go until completed so far. So I would like to ask the committee, or just say that we will be able to complete the review of these applications, and it will go past 3 o'clock. Not exactly sure how long, but it sounds like the committee is prepared to go until we are completed.
Thank you, Dominic, and review committee members. Then, Dominic, the only other thing that I request is, if we are going beyond 3, if you did want to talk about when, if there was a break at any time between now and as we get through. So just wanted to know. Yeah, you wanted, it is, and at what time that would be.
Yes, it is possible to take a break. I think we can check back in. Can we say about in about 20 minutes? So maybe right at a little bit after 3 o'clock, we can check in to see if we need a break. Because I think we'll have gotten through a few applications at the time, and depending how we feel, I think that's a good point to just check where we are physically and emotionally to see if we can complete it or if we do need that break. So I'll go ahead and check back with the committee at about 3 o'clock and see if we need a break. Does that work for the committee as well? Thank you, Gwen, for bringing that up. I think that is important.
Thank you so much for managing that, and I appreciate everyone's commitment to getting it done. We'll keep moving through. And the next one that I already have ready to go is United Community Action Network. And Michael or Lindsay, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, well, the bad news is that I misspoke, and really it's Children's Learning Center. Apologies.
Is it okay to do this one, or?
Well, the only thing is, it doesn't really matter. Children's Learning Center shares the service area with Mid-Columbia, and so just in the spirit of kind of being regional.
Which one am I looking for?
The Children's Learning Center.
Okay.
Which is based in Madras. And they are what we call an OTK only. They do not have a federal Head Start grant. They have a state grant with us. And they are requesting to serve 20, as I recall, 24 children in extended duration and 20 infant toddlers. Their overall application score rank was 17. Rank is the wrong word, it's their scoring position. Their slots they requested are 128. You can see their application scores there. Happy to report that they have all the facilities they need. They are experienced at doing these kinds of services with children, and they are ready to go, ready for action, ready for the new year.
Are there any questions or comments about the Children's Learning Center application? Okay. So I'm not seeing anything in the chat box. I'm looking at the squares, not seeing anybody up there, and I'm not hearing anything. So I think we can move ahead with the review. Kelly Taylor, would you mind reading the review for this application, please?
Yes, so the OPK Review Committee recommendation for the Children's Learning Center, there was no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning System Director to be aware of, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any requested revisions or any objections to this application from the committee? I'm not hearing anything, nothing in the chat box, and nothing in the squares that I'm seeing. So I think we can go ahead and move to our next application.
That's United Community Action Network, based out of Roseburg. And they are proposing to serve 26 infant toddlers, 16 center-based and 10 home-based. They also are hoping to serve 38 children in extended duration. For their center-based slots, they've got the facilities ready to go. And then for the 10 home-based infant toddler slots, we put them in tier 2, because that's how we think about them.
I do have a conflict of interest, so I will be sitting this one out.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Thank you.
You can see their scores there. Their slots requested 243. So they've got a lot of kids, and they're moving 20% to extended duration, which is cool.
Michael, for their prenatal to 3 home-based slots, they have socialization spaces available and ready.
Yep.
So any questions or comments for the United Community Action Network application? Okay. Not seeing anything in the chat box or hearing any comments. So Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
Yes, so the review for the United Community Action Network, there is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning System Director to be aware. And there's no any additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. And are there any requested revisions or any objections to this application? There are no responses in the chat box or otherwise, so I think we can go ahead and move on to our next application.
Well, we're driving up I-5. We're stopping by to say hi to Gwen and the ducks in Lane County. The ducks in Lane County are requesting to, remind me, they're requesting to do
it's 48 P3 and
oh, no.
Yeah, you got
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not familiar with this, so I don't know if Lindsay would want to take the reins instead of me. I think that would be most appropriate, probably.
Yeah, I can do that. So Lane County is, they're maintaining their slots. If you see that they have 575 slots with us and are looking to expand in their prenatal to 3. So they have not requested any additional extended duration, but they have requested 40 home-based and 8 locally designed option with facilities ready. So the locally designed option that they have applied for is similar to what other people are calling locally designed option, which was previously known as a combination model, where toddlers come to school 2 days a week and then have 2 home visits a month, and then also do some varying activities therein. So a little bit different from home base, where they have weekly home visits and socializations. This would be where they actually come into a classroom 2 days a week and also still have those 2 home visits per month. They have facilities ready to go, and the only reason that they are in tier 2 is because of the home base model being less meeting a community need of center-based services.
So any questions or comments for this application for Head Start of Lane County? Okay. I'm not seeing or hearing any responses, so I'm going to ask Kelly Taylor, can you please read back the review of this application?
Yes, so for Head Start of Lane County, there is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware of. And there is no any additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you. Are there any revision requests or any objections to this application? All right, I'm not seeing any responses to the chats. I'm not hearing any. So I think we're ready to move on to our next application.
Lindsay, you want to go over this one?
I'd love to. So this is KidCo, Kids Incorporated, or Kids and Company. What is it? I'm thinking of now I have like an old Nickelodeon thing happening in my head. The gripping of the phone. Kids and Company of Lynn County. So KidCo is what we call them. You guys are unfortunately going to get a little bit of our acronyms as we move through some of these things. So Kids and Company, they're in Lynn Benton, and their scoring position is 6. They have a base score of 151, extended duration score of 41, and a prenatal to 3 of 52. They have 97 extended duration slots in tier 1 and 45 prenatal to 3 slots. We know for this organization, they're reducing their overall enrollment by a fair amount, so by 112, and that is because they have found in their community that they need to be providing extended duration services, so longer days for working families. And unfortunately, due to facilities, they're not able to just uncouple their part-day classrooms. So for folks that don't fully understand that lingo, part-day classrooms often operate in the morning and the afternoon, and in order to do a full day of service, you have to pull one classroom out and give them 2 separate classrooms. So that doubles your need for space. So they're reducing their full number in order to serve more extended duration and to add 45 prenatal to 3 center-based slots. Yeah, so they have the facilities in hand for all that they are requesting. And I think that's all I've got for you guys to analyze. Do you have any questions?
This is Kelly Poe. I don't know that this is, I guess it's a question. I want to know if my interpretation is close to being true. So I looked at the map, the proposed service area, and they have these census tracts color coded, yellow, orange, red, and red, according to their eligible Head Start children. That to me was pretty impressive that they went to that extent to figure out where their kids were. And then for them to reduce their services to provide extended day care really says to me that they've listened to their community and have made some really hard choices. I'm wondering if all that's fairly true, and if it is, I'm really impressed. That's tough. This is really good work.
Yeah, that I think was our response too. That is a very big decision to make, to reduce your services in order to meet community need. And because they're a duly funded program, when we're doing our monitoring, we visit programs that maybe we're not monitoring, and we've heard this from them for a while, that this is what they feel their community needs, and so this was their opportunity to write an application that will meet that need.
And I would say, this is Gwen, I think when grantees are making decisions to move from part day to extended day, and they have to reduce number of children served, I always try to think that it's not necessarily, it's a change in services, but some children are receiving more services, right? So it's less children actually, sort of being interacted with, but it's actually more services. It's an enhancement to the services to those who are in the program.
And do we know if they are applying for Preschool Promise as well?
Did they indicate that in this application?
Not that I remember. I can do a quick scan, but it was surprising to me that many of our folks who applied for Preschool Promise as well didn't put that in their OPK application. I'll scan the application really fast and see if I can find out.
I don't think it's going to change my thoughts about the application. It just seems like they might have a plan to make sure all the kids are served, so it wouldn't surprise me.
If I wasn't sharing my screen, I could find it very quickly, so I'm sorry. I do have that very quick on mine, so I can follow up on that, Kelly. Like I said, it would be a distraction for the whole screen right now. So.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, Kelly, Taylor, could you please read the review of this application when you're ready?
Yes, so the OPK Review Committee recommendation for Kids and Company of Lynn County. There is no change on the score, specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware. Based on their application, they listened to their needs of the community and responded to their needs. Any additional information requested? No. Review committee comments and or questions is, are they applying for Preschool Promise as well? And that answer is to be determined. We will find it for you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. And now are there any, I'm going to ask the committee if there are any revisions or objections to this application, or additional thoughts to be shared. All right, I'm not seeing any immediate responses. In the chat box, nothing on the screen, and I'm not hearing anything as well. So I think we can move on to our next application.
This is Michael. I have a quick costume change. This is for Gwen.
And I can't see you right now, so I'm looking for.
We both need some duck skier is what's happening.
Okay.
This is our Oregon State University partnership, and they are requesting to change a bunch of their slots to extended duration.
There.
And they have the facilities in hand. They are also reducing some 76 part-day slots to 43 extended day slots. They share a service area with KidCo, so you can see some synchronicity happening in this area where both providers have looked at their community assessment and come to the difficult decision to reduce the number of children and families served, but to extend duration to those children and families based on their community assessment and sector plan. And they have the facilities and Cracker Jack teachers ready to go and great infrastructure, and they're in Tier 1.
Are there any questions or comments about this application for Oregon State University Child Development Center? I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I'm not hearing any. So I don't think there's any for this one. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of the OSU Child Development Center application, please?
Yes, so for OSU, there is no change. There is nothing that the committee wants the public or the early learning systems director to be aware of, and no additional information was requested or received.
Thank you. And are there any revision requests or objections to this application? I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I'm not hearing any responses and not actively seeing any on the screen. So I think we'll go ahead and move on to our next application.
Right, so we're headed north up into the Mid-Willamette Valley with some of our Salem area providers. We might as well start with Salem Kaiser Head Start.
I'm getting there, sorry. Let's see, it's going to be in here, right? Let's see it. Ah, right here. Okay. Sorry for the pop-ups. Let me get back on track here. Something, my computer needs to be in the office a little bit and get cleaned up. All right. You're all set. Can you see the screen?
Okay, yeah.
Yep, okay,
sure.
Thank you. Sorry for the distractions, okay.
That's okay. This is Community Action Mid-Willamette Valley. They are applying only for continuation and salary enhancements. They're not requesting extra funding for extended duration or infant toddler care. Their scoring position was 23. They're asking for a total of 793 slots. Their base score there for their application. Not much to wrestle with on this.
Any questions or comments about this application so far? Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, not hearing anything. So let's keep moving. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
Yes, so for Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency, there is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware, and there's no additional information requested or received.
Thank you. And for this application, any requested revisions or objections? I'm not seeing any responses in the chat room or hearing any. So I think we're done with this application. At this time, I would like to also check back in with the committee, because earlier we had talked about taking a break if needed. So I just want to check back in with the committee just to see if you need a break, this is a good time to take it. I think we've gotten through, I wanted to say at least half of what we have left. So probably have another around 30 minutes is what I'm guessing left. So please let me know, committee, if you'd like to take a break at this time. And if not, then we can just keep moving forward. I'm not seeing any responses yet or hearing any. So I'm going to suggest that that we keep moving, if that's okay with the rest of the committee. That's my suggestion. We got some good momentum going here. Great, thank you for your responses. Great. I'm getting good to go. I'm getting a couple move forwards, some impartials. I do not need a break yet. So I'm going to suggest that we move forward to the next application. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. The next application is posted. It is Salem-Keizer School District.
This is Michael. This is an applicant from one of our state-only OPK grantees. Their scoring position is 7. They serve Marion County along with Mid-Willamette Valley. They requested 394 slots. You can see their scores there. They're not asking for prenatal to 3, but they are asking for extended duration. They're asking for 156 extended duration slots. And through their partnership with the school district and some other community partnerships, happy to report that they have all of their sites confirmed for extended duration. And they had a strong application, and we tentatively placed those requests in the Tier 1 position.
Any questions or comments for this application for Salem-Keizer School District? All right, I'm not seeing anything in the chat, not hearing any questions. I don't see any on the square. So let's keep moving forward. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review for this application?
Yes, so the review for Salem-Keizer School District, there is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning System Director to be aware of, and there was no any additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Are there any revision requests or objections to this application? Okay, not seeing any responses and I'm not hearing any. So let's go ahead and move forward to the next application.
Okay. The next application is from Family Building Blocks. Make sure I'm unmuted. Yeah, I am. Family Building Blocks has currently has a grant from Region 10 of Head Start to do early Head Start in Marion Polk County, and they are requesting to expand services with OPK. So they would be new to our grant. They have proposed 60 home-based slots for infant toddlers and 48 locally designed. The home-based slots, as we've mentioned, involve weekly home visits and socialization events, and then the locally designed involves a couple days a week. Children would come in, and then they also have home visiting that happens not weekly, but more like bi-monthly. Consistent with the others, we've placed them in the second tier. Those will be valuable additions to Marion Polk for sure, and that's where we're at.
Are there any questions or comments about this application?
We should note, I think, that there are multiple providers in this area, and Family Building Blocks has provided very clear boundary maps that, because they are a Region 10 grantee that does not serve Head Start, they have submitted some very clear documentation as to their service areas. As well, they have submitted their partnership agreements or their service area agreements with Salem Kaiser, as well as Community Action Head Start.
This is Kelly Poe. I have a question.
Please.
Can I ask a question? Sorry,
Okay.
I think I'm talking on top of somebody.
Anytime, absolutely.
So my question is, because they're a Family Building Blocks is a relief nursery, right? Because they're a relief nursery and they serve one of their missions is to keep children out of foster care and to strengthen families. This proposal seems to be right in line with their vision of getting that done. And I wondered if that agreement with Salem Kaiser was around some of the needs of families. And so if they did actually, I don't know what the right word is, tailor their recruitment so the higher risk families had opportunity to work with the relief nursery, whereas more traditional could go to the school. Anyway, but I guess Salem Kaiser isn't doing 0 to 3.
Right. That is where the partnership works really well for the community, and the Family Building Blocks transitioned their kids into Salem Kaiser. For the most part, they do have a community action Head Start is Polk County, and so they have the agreements there as well. They don't speak specifically to the wraparound services being in connection or a high priority in this application, but they do speak to the collaboration between the two and transitioning kids between early Head Start and Head Start.
Right. That was what was particularly gratifying about reading this application, was that they have figured out through agreements what to do with their kids that are exiting their prenatal to 3 program, so there's a place for them. So it was super cool to see.
Yeah, I'll just add to this. This community did a lot of this groundwork back when the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act came out, and there was expansion of early Head Start programming during that administration. And so the community really worked hard on getting these service area agreements and plans in place. And so I think that, they're still standing and seem to be functioning well in this community.
Are there any other additional questions or comments for this application? Okay. I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, no activity on the screens, and I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Kelly Taylor if you can please review this application.
Yes, so the OPK Review Committee recommendation for family building blocks, there is no change on the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of. And there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant. On review committee comments and questions, I put, since family building blocks is a relief nursery, is this proposal in line with their vision, and that the community has mechanisms in place for exiting out of the program.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, does anybody on the committee have any revisions or objections for this application? Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, not hearing anything, nothing on this, no activity on the screen. So I think we're ready to move to the next application.
Thank you, and I was sorry to jump ahead a little bit there, Dominic. So
Quite all right.
Oregon Child Development Coalition's application for Marion County.
So this is Michael. This is for our colleagues at OCDC Marion. OCDC serves OPK in Marion County. They already do. And they are proposing some expansions and enhancements to their services in Marion County. They're proposing 134 extended duration slots. Sorry, that's wrong. I said it wrong. They are proposing 212 extended duration slots in Marion County, and they are proposing for infant toddlers 14 home-based slots. So when we looked carefully at their application, we were able to tease out some strengths and some challenges. They've got existing facilities for almost all of their extended duration, but they do have construction underway, which they said would be done by August. So when we were looking at applications, we're thinking, August, that's different from we've got a bathroom to put in next week kind of a thing, and more like August is challenging. So for that reason, we placed some of those slots for the building that they're working on in the second tier. I just want to emphasize, not any kind of a finger wag, but just sort of trying to help you all get a sense of, well, there's ready and then there's nearly ready, and so that's what we did. For the 14 home-based slots that they're proposing for Marion to serve in their OPK service area, those are home-based slots, and so we put them in the middle tier there, or the second tier.
Are there any questions or comments about this application? All right, I'm not seeing any in the chat box. I'm not hearing any, can't see any question activity on our screens. Kelly Taylor, would you mind reading the review of this application, please?
Yes, so for Oregon Child Development Coalition, Marion County, there was no change in score. There were no specific details which the committee wanted the public or the early learning system director to be aware, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, for the committee, are there any revisions or objections to this application? All right. I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box or visually, or I'm not hearing any either. So I think we're ready to move on to our next application.
Our next application stays on this sheet, which is OCDC Polk County. And Lindsay, you wanna? I can't move the screen, but there it goes.
Oh, hey, yo, there it is. I would love to. For Polk County, OCDC is proposing a new service area. And they have proposed to serve 16 prenatal to 3 children. They are in the Tier 3 section because their submitted map conflicts with the Family Building Blocks federal service area, and they have not gotten an agreement from Family Building Blocks to serve within that area. So we have placed them in the 3rd tier, being that Family Building Blocks has applied for 108 slots in that same region. At the risk of supplanting services, we have placed them in Tier 3.
Any questions or comments for OCDC in Polk County application? All right, I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I'm not hearing any, and I don't see any visually as well. So let's keep moving on. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
Yes, so the OPK Review Committee recommendation for Oregon Child Development Coalition of Polk County. There was no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revision requests or objections for this application? I'm not seeing any responses in our chat box. I'm not hearing any responses, and not seeing any in the screens as well. So I think we can move on to our next application.
One time I drove out from Oregon to Michigan, and the miles were so long that we didn't want to count the miles, so we counted counties. How many counties to go? We said, well, we've got 3 counties to go, by my reckoning, plus our next applicant, which is the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. Lindsay, you want to talk a little bit about that?
I would love to. So the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde is the only tribal program that Oregon PreKindergarten funds directly at this time. And previously they had only 2 early Head Start slots. They are boosting that to a whopping 6. But they are in Tier 1 because they are center-based with facilities in hand. They are ready to go. We know this community needs probably more than what they've requested, and this is what they're able to do. And we're very excited to be able to have tribes participate. So that's Grand Ronde.
Thank you, Lindsay. Are there any questions or comments for this application? I'm not seeing anything, no activity in our chat room. I'm not hearing any questions, and I'm not seeing any activity on our screens in regards to questioning. So Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
Yes, the OPK Review Committee recommendation for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. There was no score. There was no change in the score. There are no specific details that the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware of, and there is no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revisions or objections to this application from the committee? All right, I'm not hearing anything. I don't see anything in our chat room. I'm not seeing anything visually on our screen, so it doesn't sound like there are. Looks like we can move on to our next application.
So now we're in Clackamas County. We're in the TriMet area. Clackamas County, there are two programs that share the service area, Clackamas County Children's Commission, and their scoring position there is 10, slots requested 443. You can see their application scores. And this application, they're requesting 94 extended duration slots. And they've got facilities in hand for that. And then they're requesting, this math, 64 prenatal to 3 slots. 56 of them are center-based and ready to go. And then 8 of them are a locally designed option that involves some classroom time and some home visiting time. So in keeping with our previous plan, we put 56 of the center-based slots that are ready to go in Tier 1 and the 8 locally designed option slots in Tier 2. Again, those would be great additions to the community, but in terms of prioritization, that's how we see it.
Thank you, Michael. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the Clackamas County Children's Commission application?
This is Kelly Poe. I think I have a simple question. On their map, it shows that they only serve the northwest corner of the county. Is that because, well, why is that?
Yeah, so their service area from the federal government is Clackamas County, but they have a partnership with our next grantee, and they have they've divided up the county to serve different sections depending on the next grant. You know, they have an agreement to divide up the county that way.
Okay.
It's a great question. And Kelly, I really appreciated I didn't say anything at the time, but I really appreciated your comment about KidCo switching from Part Day to Extended Day and what that must have been for that organization. So I really appreciate your insights. So thank you.
Also, we should say maybe that Clackamas County Children's Commission is a Region 10 grantee, a federal grantee as well. And their neighboring program is Clackamas Education Service District, who is only funded by, they are an OPK grantee, not federally funded. So their service area might look a little bit different than folks with 2 federal government programs next to one another. But they have they have a working service area agreement that seems to work well for them.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's any additional questions or comments at this time for this application. Excuse me. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
So the OPK Review Committee recommendation for Clackamas County Children's Commission, there was no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware. There was no any additional information requested or received from the applicant. And then a clarification in the review committee comments is that Clackamas County Children's Commission has another grantee that has a service area agreement in place for the county.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revisions or objections to this application? So no, I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I'm not hearing any, and I can't see any in our video square. So I think we can move on to our next application.
Well, that's just a little bit south in the county. Our friends at the Clackamas Educational Service District, they have a name for their Head Start program, which is Head Start to Success, which is a wonderfully positive way of thinking about the world. And they are applying for extended duration services. You can see their scoring position of 18 and their slots requested 222, just like the show. Sorry, GLC, that's a little old-timer reference for you. 118 extended duration slots, and they have, in their application, they were able to show community partnerships and relationships with school districts. So they've got the facilities in place to start up their services. In September, they're experienced at providing extended duration. We were able to place their 118 extended duration slots in a proposed Tier 1. Oh, I lost my picture. I'm sorry, Dean.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions or comments about the Clackamas ESD Head Start to Success application? I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. Not hearing any or seeing any in our video square, so I think we can move forward at this time. Kelly Taylor, would you mind reading the review of this application, please?
The OPK Review Committee recommendations for Clackamas ESD Head Start to Success. There was no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware, and there was no additional information requested or received.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revision requests or objections to this application? I'm not seeing anything in our chat box. I'm not hearing anything. I'm not seeing anything in the video squares as far as questions go. So I think we can move on to our next application.
Before we start this, I wanted to give an update on the information that was requested about KidCo in Lynn and Benton County, and I checked, and they did not apply for preschool promise. And I was thinking that would make sense, because I think part of their issue with having to, when they went to duration, was they were kind of bound by their facility space on how many children they can serve in full day programming. So just wanted to get back to the committee on that.
Thank you, Gwen.
Thanks, Gwen. So next, we have moved into Multnomah County, and we are talking about Albina Head Start. Their scoring position is 8. The slots they have requested is 539. We have placed 419 of their slots will be extended duration in Tier 1 with facilities and staff in hand, as well as 112 prenatal to 3 center-based slots that also are ready to go facilities with minor improvements, and 8 prenatal to 3 home-based slots. They are operationally ready, so staffing ready, experience with extended duration, as well as early Head Start. And their center-based facilities are totally ready. So they also have their current service area agreements are in place.
Just a note about that, as we move through the 5, 6, 7, 8 grantees in Portland, not quite that much, but for this grantee and 3 others, they have a detailed service area agreement that goes down to the street level, that's based on public school district guidelines or boundaries, but then some of that is shared, and that agreement has been in place with those 4 grantees for a long time, and you can see in their packets it's all the same document, and it's sketched out. The whole county, the whole city, the whole county of Multnomah is organized according to that service area agreement. So thank you.
Any questions or comments for the Albina Head Start application?
This is Kelly Poe, and I just wanted to agree with what Michael was saying about their extensive service area. And I'm seeing they have just a variety of different locations in faith-based buildings and in housing complexes. Anyway, this is pretty impressive.
And important public school, high schools.
Yeah. They have 25 sites across Portland, and have really good working relationships with people like SEI and some other culturally specific organizations in Portland.
All right, if there's no other questions or comments for this application, we'll go ahead and move forward. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
For Albina Head Start, there was no change on the score. The specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware. I put in extensive service area agreements within the county and other grantees. There was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revision requests or objections to the Albina Head Start application? So I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I'm not hearing any questions. And as I look through the video squares, I'm not seeing an urgency to ask a question from anybody. So I think we will go ahead and move on to our next application.
Our next application is Portland Public Schools, and their overall application rank was 1. They were requesting 463 slots. They serve a lot of children and families. They participate in, along with those, with 3 other programs in that service area that we talked about. They have requesting 37 extended duration slots. They've got the facilities and the staff and the infrastructure to put that plan into action in September.
Any questions or comments about the Portland Public Schools application? All right, I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I see, oh no, sorry, I thought that was a hand, but it looks like Chelsea, you're just fixing your glasses. I apologize. But so it doesn't look like we have any question or comments at this time for this application. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
The OPK Review Committee report recommendation for Portland Public Schools. There was no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of, and there were no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, now are there any revision requests or any objections to this application? Okay, I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box or hearing any. I'm not seeing on the video screens as well, so we can go ahead and move to our next application.
All right, I'm getting there. I think everyone, committee members, we have just a few more. Thank you for hanging in there. So I'm looking for Mountain Hood Community College. So let's see. MN. Okay.
Lindsay, you wanna?
I always do. So this is Mount Hood Community College. They serve the east side of Multnomah County. Their boundary is that, I think it's this side of 82nd, if anybody knows Portland. This side, I'm on that side, so like everybody knows where I am. Sorry about that. Their scoring position was 3. The slots that they've requested are 657. They are requesting 327 in extended duration center base, 8 prenatal to 3 center base. They're also requesting 18 extended duration. Those made it into the tier 2 section mainly because they're redoing a facility. They have a facility that has 3 classrooms in it that are set up and ready to go right away. And in that facility, there's 1 other classroom that needs some renovation in order to be ready for kids in September. They wrote in their application and they were that it should be ready by September. Also, they wrote that with COVID, they weren't sure if those things were going to be on pause because of the response of folks. So that is why 18 of those extended duration slots are in tier 2. And then they've applied for 24 prenatal to 3 locally designed option. So that 2-day-a-week in center care with 2 with 2 home visits. They, like I said, they have facilities ready with 1 classroom that they're waiting for, and then a locally designed option with the mix of center base, and they have agreements in place for those. So they already have agreements in place for their prenatal to 3 socialization and center base spaces. I think that's all.
Thank you, Lindsay. Are there any questions or comments for this application for Mount Hood Community College Head Start? All right, I'm not seeing any responses immediately in the chat. Can't hear anything, and I'm not seeing any responses in the video screens. So I'm going to go ahead and move us forward. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
So the OPK Review Committee recommendation for Mount Hood Community College Head Start, there is no change to the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning system director to be aware of, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. So at this time, are there any revisions or objections to this application? I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box. I'm not hearing any or seeing any in the video boxes. So I think we're ready to move on to our next application.
So this next application regards the Oregon Child Development Coalition's proposal for Multnomah County. OCDC is currently an OPK grantee in Multnomah County. They serve 19 part-day slots there. And they're proposing to serve 19 extended duration slots there and to add 16 prenatal to 3 slots in Multnomah County. While the facilities are ready for both elements of their proposal, they were not able to provide evidence of service area coordination. They have one agreement for their pre-K services with one of the 4 other grantees in the county. And their grant to serve in Multnomah County is historically based on an agreement with a community organization, and that agreement is not in evidence from their application. So for those reasons, we've proposed placing their slots requested in the 3rd tier.
Are there any questions or comments for this application? So I'm not seeing any responses right away. Nothing in the chat box. I don't hear anything, and I'm not identifying anybody in the screen that may have a question. So let's go ahead and keep moving along. Kelly Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
For Oregon Child Development Coalition in Multnomah County, there was no change for the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware of, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revisions or objections to this application? All right, I'm not seeing any responses in the chat. I'm not hearing any, and I don't see any visually on our screen. So I think we are ready to move forward. We can move to the next application for today.
Next up is neighborhood house. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Gwen.
Nope. I was just saying, introducing it. But go right ahead, Michael.
And I think on this one, if I recall correctly, Dominique's going to take a half step back. Is that right?
Yes, thank you. That's what I was going to. Yep.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that was totally fine. We were thinking the same thing. Dominic has indicated a potential conflict of interest with this applicant.
Neighborhood House is a state-only OPK recipient. They serve on the western edge of Multnomah County. They are one of the 4 programs that has this service area coordination agreement for the county. Their scoring position is 11, or as we used to say, 1s. Their slots requested is 186. You can see their application scores. They have for a program with 186 slots, they're requesting 117 extended duration slots, which is a lot. and 27 center-based prenatal to 3 slots. Both those elements of their application we tentatively placed in the first tier. And then they're also requesting funding for 6 prenatal to 3 home-based slots, which, as is our practice, we placed in the second tier. They've got existing or leased facilities for both, for all parts of this, really. They're ready for extended duration. They've got the facilities ready for center-based and socialization. They're ready to serve prenatal 3 in their OPK service area.
That's me. Sorry about that. Committee members, any want to have questions, comments, or any suggestions for revisions on this application? I don't see anyone in the chat or on screen. So I think we're all set. Kelly, Taylor, if you could please review the recommendations from the committee.
Yes, so the OPK Review Committee recommendations for Neighborhood House, there was no change in the score. There's no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to be aware of, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Before we move on, any comments or anything that the review committee members would like to add to this application before we move on to the next? Any clarification? Okay, with that, I'll move on to the next one, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Early Learning Division staff, we have 2 more to go. Is that correct?
That's right, Washington County.
All right, Washington County, we're almost there. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see, is this it? No. Where would it be?
Right up here. Above it. Nope. Yep. Sorry. That's it.
Is this it?
I think so.
I think. Are we sure? Oh, yeah, this is Washington County. Okay, great.
Yep.
We have a couple community actions, so, okay. And Dominic, I think you're, oh my gosh, let's see. No, don't do that. Okay, there we go. Got it. Dominic, I think you're back on as chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have the Community Action Organization, Washington County. And would you like to take over, Michael?
Sure. Only in the most limited democratic way, though. Gwen, would you mind just making that a little bit bigger? There we go. Beautiful. Community Action Washington County. Scoring position 9. Slots requested 559. You can see their scores there. Lifetimes and dementia. That's what I have a mirror for.
You gotta love my podcast. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. No, it's great. So they are proposing 72 extended duration slots, and they've got existing facilities to be used, and they've got other places confirmed to use for their extended duration proposal. And then they, so we placed those 72 extended duration slots in the first tier because they're ready for action, ready for community action. And then they have proposing 37 prenatal to 3 slots, which are either home-based or locally designed option. They've got the facilities for socialization, and they are ready for home-based prenatal to 3 services. So those are in the second tier.
Any question or comments for this application for Community Action Washington County? I'm not seeing anything in the chat box. I'm not hearing anything, and not seeing anything on this video screen. Kelly, Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
The OPK Review Committee recommendation for Community Action Organization, Washington County. There is no change in the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the early learning systems director to be aware of, and there is no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Does anybody have any objections or revisions to this application? Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box. I'm not hearing any questions and not seeing any on the video. So I think we can move to the next application.
So next up, unless Lindsay wants it, I will describe as best I can the situation with the OCDC request for Washington County. They are requesting 236 extended duration slots, and they're also requesting 92 prenatal to 3 center-based slots. They've got the facilities, they've got the staff, they've got the infrastructure. They are ready to serve extended duration and ready to serve prenatal to 3 in their OPK service area. And that's why we placed them in Tier 1.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions or comments about this application? Okay, I'm not seeing anything coming up in the chat box. I'm not hearing any or seeing anybody visually wanting to ask a question in our video screens. Kelly, Taylor, can you please read the review of this application?
For Oregon Child Development Coalition, Washington County, there is no score changed. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning Systems Director to know, and there is no additional information requested or received by the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Are there any requests for revisions or objections to this application from the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any requests for revisions or objections in the chat box, not hearing any, and I don't see any on the video screens. So I think we can keep moving on to our next application.
I think that is all of them. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Did I miss Yam Hill?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I think this is Yamil.
Yes.
Good catch.
Good catch, Kelly.
But it doesn't.
Yes.
Oh, no priorities. Okay.
That's a really good catch. Thank you. And we were doing our best.
Okay.
And we weren't going to miss anybody, but that's a really good catch. So I'll just, while Gwen pulls that up, if that's okay, Lindsay. Yamhill, not requesting any expansion. They just have a plan for salary and doesn't require a lot of prioritizing. Thank you, Kelly.
So do the committee members have any questions or comments about the application for Head Start of Yamhill County? I'm not seeing any requests, any questions in the chat box. I don't hear any, and I don't see any in the video. Kelly Tiller, can you please read the review of this application?
For Head Start of Yamhill County, the OPK Review Committee report is that there is no change to the score. There are no specific details which the committee wants the public or the Early Learning System Director to be aware of, and there was no additional information requested or received from the applicant.
Thank you, Kelly. Now, are there any revision requests or objections to this application? So I'm not seeing any being typed into the chat box. I'm not hearing any questions, and I don't see any on the screen. So we can move to our next application.
So now we are.
This is Gwen. Yeah, Michael, did you have one that needed a?
I do.
Something. Okay, so if you could, I will pull that one up, and if you could explain the need, I will.
Yeah, I think the committee will be friendly to this. Yeah, that's what we have. Okay, it's just a double check. So I think on some paperwork, Gwen, the slots for the home base were in T3, the tier 3, pardon me, but on this one it is in tier 2, right, Lindsay? So we don't have anything to correct there. So I think maybe on one of the boxes it was listed incorrectly as tier 3, but this report is accurate, so I don't have anything to request a change on. Thank you.
Thank you for double checking on that. I appreciate that.
Yep. This has been a week of double checking and triple checking, and still things didn't happen. So I really appreciate when they didn't happen, people catching it and bring it up, and appreciate people's flexibility and understanding.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Want me to talk about next steps, Dominic? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yep, okay. I was just sure. Okay. Well, thank you, review committee members. That was an exercise in endurance. I appreciate your full engagement the whole way. And thank you, Dominic, for chairing this committee. The next steps is all of the notes and recommendations that you provided today have been captured, and I'm not sure if we're able to pull up. I know that some of our ELD team members behind the scenes were trying to create a document in real time for you, and so I was wondering, Angela or Kelly, if we were able to do that.
I do have that, Gwen.
Okay, so if you can grab the screen, Angela, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah. And Dominic, what we're looking to do is all of the documented notes and actions that the review committee presented, we moved. Angela can kind of walk us through, or Lindsay or Michael, and then what we're hoping to do by the end of the day, it's right at 4 o'clock now, is that somebody would, on the committee would make a motion to move this forward to Miriam. And then what we would need to do, though, is we would go back and double check, and this would become part of the meeting minutes and notes. We have a responsibility to get to the review committee the actual minutes as well, for this committee to approve before it all goes to Miriam as like approved minutes. But what we were hoping today was that if possible, if the review committee could make a motion to kind of move this forward to be part of the minutes. Yes, Kelly.
There. So I thought we were going to have an opportunity to talk about all the applications at one time in general, and is that what this is? Because I don't know what recommendation priority 1, recommendation priority 2, I don't know what that means. This is a document I'm not familiar with. And I had a question about tier 1 and tier 2. Are those similar?
I'll turn it over to Michael and Lindsay on that.
Yeah, so our thinking is that, we brought forward some proposed priorities, and then when you all approved tentatively, provisionally each application, then that sort of moves into a harder, more firm kind of a characterization. So now these are our priorities rather than tiers. And that's not a funding decision, that's just information for Miriam about what in general this committee prioritized versus not prioritizing or prioritizing less.
So my question is around the tier 2 having home-based or locally designed programs, and I wonder if our committee could have the. I'm wondering if I have the opportunity, can't speak for anybody else, to advocate that those home-based and those locally designed programs be moved into tier 1. I think that what I saw demonstrated in these proposals, and this isn't something I came into this thinking, this is something that has come to my mind probably by Lane County. So halfway through, I was thinking these tier 2s are really important, and for me they're a priority because of the way that they have designed those home-based programs, the way they've wrapped around services around those families that are in those programs in a way that meet families where they're at. To me, those locally designed programs and the home-based programs it's equity in action. And I think that if, I don't want to talk about tier 3. I think tier 3 is low priority. I think that tier 2 for me should move to tier 1.
Dominic, I think I'll move the coordination if you want to step in as chair and facilitate the conversation. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. So what I would like to hear what the rest of the committee's opinion is on moving the tier 2s to the tier 1s. And I would like to
But Gwen and Michael, this is Kelly again. Dominic has a conflict of interest because he's in tier 2.
True. So then for okay, I was just trying to think like if it was just kind of a general, but yes, because there are. Thank you. I was just thinking, is it a concept we're moving forward outside of the grantees themselves? But I can see where yes, that could be definitely a. So then I guess Dominic, would you like me to facilitate from here? And
yeah, Gwen, I would love to hand this off to you to have this discussion.
Okay.
And thank you, Kelly, for pointing that out.
Yeah. Getting towards the end of the day, it's nice to have some people who are still wide-eyed and perky. So to open up the floor to the other committee members, Kelly Poe has presented an idea recommendation that of moving all priority or tier 2 into the top tier, making them a priority 1 as well. So we'll open up to the floor for other committee members.
Okay, this is Sarah Stearns, and I agree with that because a lot of families, it is better for their children to be in the smaller programs, the home programs, and not the center programs. I also think it's really important for those, the providers in smaller centers are often the women of color that are running those or culturally specific, and I think that that's really important to look at as well. So I agree with Kelly. That I think those and the equity, again, that equity of smaller program, or of community programs getting some help in bringing up. I just know a lot of times home providers feel left out of this mix and that the centers are always getting the programs. And so if they were in there with that tier 1. Yes, Michael.
So if it's okay with you, Gwen, I just want to clarify what home-based means in the Head Start context.
Okay.
Family that's enrolled in a home-based model in Head Start, they have a home visitor from Head Start that comes and visits them weekly. And then the Head Start organizes a couple times a month what's called the socialization, where families get together to experience what it's like to be in a room full of kids, and the parents get some parenting time and some parent education. So I think that might be different a little bit for Sarah from what you're thinking of, which is we're not talking about family child care. We're talking about a particular model of Head Start that has really good outcomes and also has fairly limited chances for children to be in a setting with other children under the leadership of an early educator.
Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome.
So Kelly Poe, thank you so much, Michael, because that's I forgot about that. You're right. And but is Tier 2 a mix though? Is Tier 2 some locally designed programs, which is has a center-based component to it? Are there some in-home child care providers that are partnering? No, none. Okay. So, okay. Dang. Okay.
Just to clarify the question, there was a double question there. We did have one provider identify a family child care component of their application, and those slots were placed in Tier 1 and then moved to the recommended Priority 1. For home-based and locally designed options, where those are relatively limited outside of the home experiences for children, that's where we said priority. We're Priority 2, and then 3 was not ready.
So are there any nearly ready center-based P3 programs in Tier 2?
Nearly ready? No.
Yeah, we're okay.
The only ones,
Michael,
as I recall, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Michael.
Just Priority 3 was not ready, not going to happen.
So what are the 48 P3 in Lane County? That's when I had this mind shift, was when we were in Lane County. What are those 48 P3 that are in Tier 2? Are those center-based, or are those locally designed, or are they nearly ready?
I think why it was 40 home-based and 8 locally designed option is how that 48 is broken down. And I think the 40 was in the Tier 2 just for being home-based. So I'm going to put this to the team, but I think that there was a motion provided by one of our review committee members to move Priority 2 and Early Head Start to Priority 1. Are we taking a vote on that, or are we not taking a vote on that?
I don't think so, because I think there was a misunderstanding of what the definition was. So I think we have a conversation now. So I think what Sarah and I are talking about, and I don't want to speak for you, Sarah, but I think what we're talking about is there's some locally designed options that are that I don't want to lose in Tier 2. I thought that they were some sort of facilities that were ready, but because they were not a center-based program, they were a locally designed option. They had to be in Tier 2 for that reason.
Yeah, that was what I thought too, was Kelly.
I don't want to lose those.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing is sort of a distinction between, are there any, and Kelly and Sarah help me out, are there any prenatal 3 slots in Tier 2 that have sort of a majority of their services that would be center-based, whether that would be in a partnership with an in-home child care provider or at their own center that would be ready to go in September? Were there any, did that capture that we're really focusing on ready to go and sort of services to families while children are like receiving care, not necessarily the home base, like it's like sort of more of a child care option to it, the center-based or facility-based care? Michael, Lindsay, I was trying to think.
Yeah,
Sorry, are there any
we
in
we
tier
placed
2?
all of the, yes, all of the locally designed options are in tier 2 currently, priority 2.
Right, so the locally designed options are a combination typically of home visiting and some socialization done with peers. And sometimes locally designed options are really very locally designed options to meet the needs of a priority population in sort of a unique model. I know we have a couple of Head Starts that are offer services with incarcerated families and other type services. So I guess I'll lean into Michael and Lindsay because they know this data. So
yeah, so all of the locally designed options that have been applied for in this application are that combination model of 2 days a week in a center with 2 home visits. The other kind of more specific locally designed options didn't make it into these applications. So the locally designed options that are in priority 2 at this moment are those 2 day a week center-based care and then 2 home visits a month.
So what was neighbor impact where they had 166 P3 center-based that were in tier 2?
Those were in tier 2 because their facilities are not ready or not yet ready.
Well, they're never going to be ready if we don't fund them.
That is a good thing to point out. I think it was, we were just trying to make a distinction between someone like Albina who says we're applying for 112 and we have space and staff to meet that need right now, versus someone who's applying for 166 and says we would really love to be ready by this time and we still need to get facilities. So that was the only difference there.
Yeah, I guess I think about there's, no, that's not, I don't know that that's really fair. Being at the end of the day and not always saying the right thing, I'll risk it anyway. I think it's different when you have multiple programs within driving distance in a metropolitan area than when you are in a rural setting with few program options for families. And so those 166 that are nearly ready, I mean, if there's any, and I agree, we can't go back and ask programs to say, we can't go back and do that. I think that was part of my thinking, that if somebody is in a tier 2, they're offering a locally designed option or some sort of a center-based program where children are in care. Anyway, so maybe this should have been talked about early on. Sorry.
No, I think it's really, this is the important part of it. You've now heard all of the committee reports and the summaries, and you've seen it all in its entirety, and this is exactly what we were, hoping that the committee members would be willing to share, now that you see it all in its totality, what are your thoughts and where might we need to make some shifts in prioritization? And that's what we're hoping you will help us do. So
how does this priority, I'm sorry.
No one else has jumped in, so go ahead, Kelly.
I'm sorry. Can you explain how this recommendation would go forward then? Recommendation 1, priority 1, and then the whole entire list of priority 1, and then the whole list of priority 2. Is that how it works? How does priority 1 to, how does that work? How does this?
So I think, well, go ahead, Gwen.
No, go ahead, Lindsay.
I was just, we're presenting information, and we're going ahead, assuming that we have funding to fund all of the requests, with some of the exceptions being in that tier 3, priority 3 section. So just because they're in priority 2 doesn't mean that they wouldn't be funded. It would be that there would be some consideration there, or maybe we would request more information. For neighbor impact, we had those 166 in tier 3 because we thought they were not ready, but we moved them into priority 2 because of that, because they're ready to be ready, I guess. But so we're not recommending that priority 1 is funded and priority 2 is funded secondarily. It's more of just a way to lay out the information for Miriam so she can say, okay, so we have this many center-based slots that are ready to go, and then we have this many spots that are either home-based or close to ready to go, just for her to have a clear picture. But if we haven't said that we're not thinking about funding, or that we are making a recommendation to not fund, then that's that. Our recommendation is to fund all of priority 1 and priority 2. Is that correct, Gwen?
I love that answer.
Okay. Did someone else have some? I heard somebody else, but I wasn't sure if it was 2 people together. Hang on one second, Michael. I'm going to ask if I can share my screen for just a second. It looks like I have permission. So this might be useful for this group. This is information that was tabulated and is now on our...
Read my mind, Gwen.
Okay. Whoops, there we go. So with the funding, right, that we have all been asked to consider, the $122 million. This is the result of the sort of a summary of the RFA applications. And so you can see in sort of the magenta, the total applications that we received for preschool age OPK. We had 28 applications, and the total slots requested for that was 7,866. We had anticipated being able to fund 8,738. The total part-day slots that were requested were 5,039, which is 63% of the 7,866. And again, we anticipated just under 5,300, and but we're a little bit short on that. And then for the total extended day, requested 2,927, which is 37%, which is great. One of our legislative sort of mandates was to move at least 30% of our OPK slots into duration. So that's great. There was a lot of, you can see, desire to move into the full day model. But we were hoping to get to around 3,400, and we didn't get there. There's about a difference of 500 there. So, and then if you look at early Head Start in the bottom, in the kind of brown tone, total applications we received for early Head Start. Now these are some applied for both. These aren't separate applications. We had 30 total, so 17 of those 30 applications applied for the prenatal to 3. And we had 1,232 slots requested. We anticipated 1,264. That's the new 1,200 from the early investment account and our existing 64. But we just came a little bit shy of that. But that number is, not as large as some of the others. So I think I wanted to share this with you because what this sort of represented to the early learning division team was to, I think, the point earlier around programs making hard decisions as having to, in order to serve families to their preference of more service hours in centers, like especially with our OPK, they've had to maybe reduce how many children they can serve. So the reason I'm bringing this up is when we're thinking about the tiering, with the number of applications and requested slots that we received, if we received the full 128 million, it would have been like a push, right? Because we hadn't quite figured it all out, who would need startup and all that, but with the funding. So it was in some areas, like with early Head Start, with the prenatal 3, like kind of spot on. but then in our preschool, I think that a lot of our Head Starts are challenged with facilities, right? And so I think, Kelly, to your point and others' points, like, you know, they might not get there if they don't receive the funding. So I just wanted to let you know that with all these applications, if we were to receive all the funding that we had anticipated, I think we would be successful in funding all of them. Okay, I mean, that's sort of because of the numbers that we see here. So I just wanted to share that information with you, and what the team has done is try to think about, well, how might we prioritize, some of the models so that Miriam has some good information by which to kind of make her final award decisions on. And I don't think any of us disagree that there's a high need for services everywhere. So, yeah. Michael, yeah.
Just, it's totally one way to think about what you all are saying is that the committee may have a belief that locally designed options should sit in a priority list somewhat above home-based, all things being equal. And you could certainly have the notes reflect that. You could make a motion about that. You could have the chair sort of sum up the sense of the committee that oftentimes locally designed options are designed to meet particular needs, and for some purposes they may want to sit, sort of slightly higher percentage priority than home base, and nothing prevents you all from doing that to sort of capture what your conversation's about here.
So Dominic, I think, I can't hear you, Dominic.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as where we're at now, I think we should check in one more time just to make sure that all the questions were answered that committee members may have. I'll give just a moment for a response if there are any additional questions or clarification needed. Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box or anything on the video. So I think we are at the stage to make a motion. Is that correct? Am I in the right direction here? Somebody on the committee will need to make a motion to add these recommendations to go to Director Calderon's desk. I just want to make sure I'm within the process right now and moving in the right direction.
We'll give you a little, we're all getting to that point there, Dominic, in the day. I think so. I just wanted to, I agree with you. I just sort of, because there were two kind of concepts that were out there. The first one was to move tier 2s into tier 1. And then, with more information, it kind of said, oh, okay, wait, that was a misunderstanding of that. So I just want to make sure that committee members, was there any recommendation for any, so if you're asking, Dominic, for a motion to make a movement within that, or are you asking for a motion to accept the information as collected today throughout the whole process? I think there are two different things maybe that we're...
So I just want to be sure I have this correct. The first motion would be to add the discussion that we had to the notes that we just had. Does that sound accurate?
This is Kelly. I'm so sorry. Kelly Post. So I just want to make sure, because I've lost track of all 30 proposals. And so it's like, I thought I was on such a straight line, and it's a pretty big bump in the road. So I don't want to lose the programs that really do have that locally designed option for families that really meets them where they're at, I don't know that we're losing that by leaving them in tier 2. I'm not sure that we're losing that. And I don't know if we can actually go back and sort them out. If that's possible, if that's easy, but I don't know how necessary it is. If we could put a note, a comment to Miriam, just letting her know that we value those locally designed options, and it's our desire to meet families where they're at with a program that meets their needs best in each community, because it looks different in each community. But I guess I'm not comfortable in moving from tier to tier at this point, now that I realized that I don't know. There's a lot I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as far as, the two motions that, Gwen, I just want to make sure I am along with the correct process. Our first motion is to add that discussion to our notes.
I think so, yeah. I think,
okay.
And I think Kelly, I think that, and Kelly might need to put that in as a motion and then have somebody second that, if that was the request.
Can it be part of Teresa's, not Teresa's, but Kelly, right? Kelly Taylor's notes? Can it be part of that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, because we haven't.
I was going to say, I can go ahead and I have the list. I just have those 3 bullet points for every single organization we went through. Would you like me to just go ahead and on the top of those, put that statement, which I have right here, is review committee values each locally designed option and wants to see those valued in their communities. Would you want to make a motion to put that at the top of our recommendations?
I'm good with that. Yeah.
This is Sarah. I'm good with that.
I second that.
Who seconded that? Was that Sarah?
Yolanda Morales.
Yolanda. Thank you, Yolanda. I just want to make sure we get it in the minute.
And then we'll move on to our second motion.
I think Tammy has made that motion in our chat box.
Hang on 1 second, just for point of order. There's Dominique in a second. I think now that we have the second motion, I think if there's any other discussion in regard to that motion before we move on to approve it, and then we can move on to the second. So is there any further discussion about the motion to add that statement that Kelly just stated at the top of kind of all of the work that we've done today? Thank you. We have captured some comments. Tammy, thank you. Okay. So then like I said, we need to vote on that motion and then move to the final one. How's that?
Perfect. That sounds great. I would like to go ahead and ask the committee to approve this motion by entering in the chat box a yes, or even a hand in the screen.
Do you want me to roll call for yays and nays and abstains?
Okay.
That might help for our virtual world. So I'll go down the list in order that I've been going for that. So Tammy Hunt?
Yes, I approve.
Thank you, Tammy. Chelsea McLaughlin? Thumbs up. I think
I see a thumbs up.
Okay, yes. Okay. Yeah. Affirmative. How about Yolanda Morales?
Yes.
Thank you, Yolanda. Keisha Patterson?
Yeah. Yes, approve.
Thank you. Kelly Poe?
Yes.
Sarah Stern?
Yes.
And Dominic, I don't think that there was a conflict for you on this motion, so Dominic?
Yes, I do approve.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Okay.
All right, so we approve that motion, and then now we can move to our second motion. And that is to approve the notes to forward to Director Calderon.
I motion to approve, to move the motion or the notes to Director Calderon.
Thank you.
This is Michael. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I think the reports would want to be forwarded if I could just intervene there.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, so to clarify, so the motion includes, thank you, Chelsea, the motion includes all of the notes, the finalized committee reports, and then that's all together as a package, correct? That's what we're talking about? Okay. Chelsea, does that, your motion?
Yes.
I just wanted to
yes. All of that.
verify that to make sure that it's all included. Michael, is that, okay.
And this is Sarah Stearns. I second.
Thank you.
And we would open it up. Is there any discussion on that?
I'm not seeing any responses in the chat box, not hearing anything. And on the videos, I'm not seeing any responses. So I think that will conclude our discussion on that motion as a committee.
Would you like to move it to vote, Dominic?
Yeah, I would like to move that motion to vote to the committee.
Okay, and I can do the roll call again for the ayes, nays, and abstains. So Tammy?
I approve.
Thank you, Tammy. Chelsea McLaughlin?
I approve.
Yolanda Morales?
I approve.
Richard Hatterson?
I approve.
Kelly Poe?
Yes.
Sarah Stearns?
I approve.
Dominic Paz?
I approve.
Wow. Wow. Dominic, I'll turn the floor over to you. And then...
Thank you. Well, I just want to thank everybody, mostly for your engaged participation for the whole day. This has been a real challenging meeting to not just attend, but to stay engaged. But I feel like we were able to stay focused for a very long time to get some very important work done. So thank you for your patience and your resilience in achieving this goal today. I think we can talk about maybe what are the next steps after this?
Sure, yeah. So next steps, the early learning division staff will be busy typing up all the notes and minutes from this and finalizing all the documents that we worked on, cleaning everything up, just kind of putting that all in the package. We will need this committee to approve of the meeting minutes. And so I was looking at my notes. We will, I was trying to think, I think we have within 10 days, the draft minutes will be posted. And then we'll be seeking your approval, and we'll probably be doing that online. We will not need to come together unless there seems to be a need that there's some questions or we need to clear up some of the meeting minutes together. So we'll keep you posted on that, but please be on the lookout. This was a long meeting today, so the minutes might be, we'll try to be succinct in it. But then after those minutes are all approved and the recommendation, we have the motion today, it'll be sent to our director, Miriam Calderon, and then she'll be working on that as part of what she'll use to then work on awarding and funding levels for programs. So questions on the next steps? Other ELD staff? Yeah, Lindsay?
I just wanted to thank everyone. I'm really grateful for the team that we have today, and I'm just, there's so much reading and so much information, and it's a lot to put together, and I'm really grateful. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think we all can share those sentiments. Lindsay, you were all here. Like I said, this was an endurance contest, I think, and you all won. So congratulations. I think we're all getting really good at these types of videos. Really appreciate just the thoughtfulness and the engagement and the great questions. And I know I learned a lot from all of you today. And so thank you. And Dominic, hats off to you for chairing such a long meeting today. Kudos. And that's it from the Early Learning Division. So Dominic, I'll let you wrap up as chair.
Yeah, well, again, I want to thank everybody for your hard work and just sharing your thoughts and your experiences and your professional opinions. And with that, I would like to adjourn our committee meeting. Be sure to pat yourself on the back, get the rest you need, and be ready for the days to come. I really appreciate everybody. I appreciate this team, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yay.
Well, thank you, Dominic.
Recording now.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.